Sup, everybody? How are you doing on this Saturday, on this fine Saturday? Ross, good to see you on Twitch. Laughly, good to see you. Laughing Panda, good to see you. Have I seen the mod stuff? Yeah, I've seen the mod stuff. I mod a few other channels, so I know what it's like on the Twitch side. You should see the streamer panels. I hope everyone's having a good day. If anybody's here on any other platform besides Twitch, you should be dropping messages and saying hi, because otherwise you don't exist. How about that? Unless you chat, you don't exist. I've got my coffee. We're gonna get started here in a minute. Mod mode. This is new. It wasn't here a few days ago. I don't know, Laughing Panda. I'm pretty sure you've had mod for a while. You're not sweaty enough to be a mod? No, Ross. No, you're... Yeah, Laughing Panda, I think you've had mod powers for... I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how long, but it's been a while, man. So the fact that you haven't even picked up on it. Maybe they changed the mobile app. They might have changed the mobile app stuff. I don't know. I don't know what Twitch does over there. All right, and right now Twitch isn't in good shape. All right, Twitch is going through a little bit of a thing. So, and plus it's all React. You know, it's all React. So you know what's gonna... What are you gonna do, right? What are you going to do? So, all right, let me talk a little bit. Twitch ads are playing, of course, because I got to play. Let me talk a little bit about what we're doing today. So today, we're going to interview Prosium. In a second, when I go over a few things, I'm going to kind of do a little brief intro. We'll take a minute pause to get the call started and everything connected. And you're going to enjoy it. It's going to be a good one. Normally what I do is I cover the news on the daily, but that's on the weekdays. And since this is a weekend, you're not getting that. All right. You're tough. You're tough out of luck. All right. Too bad. You're not getting news today. Unless the income flows, unless the money flows. You see this tip bar right here? I put it in there. I'm going to use anything that gets sent in. I've tied it up to, subs and stuff, so at least that way there's some visibility into what I'm getting, and I'm going to use it to continue doing the news or covering articles or doing the enlightened programming stuff. So I'll do my best to ensure that your money gets put to good use for that effort. So we're going to interview Prosium. Prosium has a background in the programming world with video games. I will let I say Prosium, Pra, but it should actually be Prosium. It's Prosium. So we'll let Prosium explain his background when he hops on. And we're going to talk about how things have changed since he started. One of the things that I've talked about, I posited a theory a while ago that if you go back to the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, you had programmers who were doing such innovative things because of the limitations that hardware and programming had at the time. And then web took off, and people decided that web was going to be a very easy way to introduce the stupidest ideas ever. Because it's an easy way to introduce stupid ideas. And people started making fun of them, as well they should. And web developers felt bad. And so they're like, hey, how can we be cool like the previous programmers who built cool games and stuff? Well, let's complicate everything so much that it looks like magic anytime that we move a button a few pixels. And then we can say, look how complicated this is. We're just like the old school programmers. Look what we can do. It's just cope. That's all it is. And I've been thinking about doing a documentary on this whole thing and a timeline. The documentary would cover the timeline of how things turned south. And I believe I can pinpoint it directly to React and all things related to React. Now, I don't know if Prosium's going to exactly agree with me, but there's going to be some overlap in that discussion. So we're going to get into that, and it'll be fun. That's one of the reasons why I do these streams, why I build the game. I might do a little bit of programming on the game later. We'll see how I feel. Okay, we'll see if you guys are generous or not. Okay, it's all about the money. It's all about the money for me. I'm in it here. I'm here only for your dollars and nothing else. I have no other reason. Just joking. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'm going to $5. He's so greedy. Like I'm so greedy. Yeah. Sounds like something you support. So that's the other thing too is I have to do all this myself. I have to do all the video editing. I have to prepare all this information. Do you know how much blood, sweat, and tears I have excreted out of my body for your benefit? If you could put it in buckets, you would need trucks. You would need semi-trucks to transport them. All right? So at the very least, what you could do... just... Okay. Not the buckets again. What's up? What's up, Ghost? Good to see you. What's up, DDaver? Good to see you. You keep your excrements to yourself, bro. Nah, see, if you're here, there's implied consent. If you're watching, there's implied consent, all right? Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let me just check something over here. If I do that, okay. By the way, how's everyone doing? Just while I get things set up here. How are y'all doing? How are y'all doing this Saturday? Is tech any better for any of you? Or does it just still suck for all of you? Okay, I've got that. Guys, I have such a huge backlog of news items. Prosium is doing great. He's ready to go on X. 4 days without AI and front-end frameworks. It's the detox. Feeling fantastic. Yeah, it's the detox. It's the fasting. It's the AI front-end frameworks fasting. Link to your Twitch? Sure, Pros. It's, okay, so Pros, go on my bio on X. Just click my name. And then go on my website. It might even be there. Maybe it's not, but on my website it'll be there. So just hit my website and there's a link to Twitch. Yeah, we got to behave because we've got adults in the room. Yeah. So get out all your jokes now. Okay, get it all out of your system. Okay, so generic fart noise. Yeah, there we go. Laughingly got it out. Yeah. Obligatory penis joke here. Yes. DDaver, you got a new job? Nice. You might expose some buckets later? Well done. Well done, DDaver. That's great. You know, I encourage all my viewers to cause cybersecurity issues so that I have an endless supply of content to create. Please do so at your work. Pros is here. Welcome in, Pros. Generic fart noise. So yeah, okay. Yeah, get it. It's too late now. Proz is here, so it's over. Like, the jokes have to end. Okay. Jokes have to end. All right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to leave myself up on screen, and I'm going to mute myself, and I'm going to call up Proz over here, and we're going to get the video started. I'll mute everything, and then I'll switch the camera over, and we'll get started. So everybody, hang on. Quad, you are in charge of chat. Thanks for the follow, Proz. I'll apply for some hospitals, set up some S3 buckets for you. Thanks. You know, I don't ask for much, right? Ross gets it. I don't ask for much here. Right? I ask for very little, right? Okay, I'm going to mute myself. Quad, you are in charge. Okay, folks, I'm almost ready to go. We're almost there. I'm just making sure all the levels are good. I'm going to switch over. All right. So that's good. I've got that set up. Okay, and then I'm just going to pop out the video and get ready, and then we're going to get started. So let me pop out the video. There we go. So as you can see on screen right now, for everybody who's watching. Oh, and there we have a sub already from Proz with Prime. Thanks, Proz. Okay, so as you're seeing on screen right now, the post that kind of opened the door to this whole thing is right here. So Proz has a background in the video game industry. Just kind of generally speaking, I might be saying it incorrectly, but he'll have a chance to describe his own background better. And what he did in this post on X, which I talked about a few days ago, is he described some of the things that we used to have in the video game industry that we seemingly have forgotten or are unable to recreate for a variety of different reasons. Whatever reason you might want to point to, those reasons, a reason at least, most certainly exist. And he very well described like Halo, for example, and some of the features in Halo that I guess most of my viewers grew up with. Some of you are still young pups, you might not remember, but if you have seen some of the Halo videos from back in the day, these kinds of features harken back to a fun time, and it seems that we've missed it. And so this leads into the discussion of the state of tech. So we're gonna talk about his background and what his take is on it, and kind of expand on that. And I'm going to take a sip of my coffee and enjoy how correct he's going to make me out to be I'm just objectively correct about every opinion I've ever had. And ultimately, Praz is just here to just confirm it. That's all. So I'm going to enjoy this greatly. Okay, so he, yeah, he's muted too. So he just said something and nobody heard it, so it didn't happen. So it didn't happen. All right. So I'm gonna bring Praz over. I'm gonna bring Praz over here. I'm going to unmute. All right. So now let me pull you up nice and proper here. There you go. And now we'll do a level check. So go ahead and say something, and then chat. If one of the mods in chat could confirm the level sounds good.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully I'm not blowing out your eardrums right now.
Sounds fine. All right. Perfect. Okay,
Sweet.
we're good to go. Okay, so first of all, I just want to thank you for popping on. I really appreciate it. You've got a lot going on based on my conversations with you offline. There's a lot of activity in your part of the world, so just taking time to talk to me is much appreciated because time is a precious resource. So, having said that, how about you give us your intro, who you are, what you've done kind of in the tech world, and then we'll just jump in and get going.
Cool. Yeah. So you kind of nailed it a little bit. I've been around the esports and gaming space for a very, very long time, since about 2004. So it's been a minute, about 2 decades of life there. I am not a games programmer. So I want to make that part really clear, because a lot of people hear that I've been around gaming and so forth, and they assume that because I'm a programmer and I do engineering now, that that's my background. But it's actually more from the esports side of things. So I kind of have a unique vantage point where I was around the games from that side of things. And then I started an esports organization. We did a lot of stuff with games, game developers and publishers and so forth, including marketing some of their games and bringing pro players on to, get into those titles and all sorts of stuff. And in doing that, I got a lot of inside news on how these games are actually built, why they decide to build the features they build. Sometimes we push for features that get built. And so I've seen a lot of the life cycle of basically every big esports title. I can see somebody asking in the chat, what kind of esports? So Pulse Esports back in 2011, 2012 was predominantly League of Legends and Halo, which is why this thread is actually about Halos, because I have some unique insight into that community. But yeah, predominantly League of Legends and Halo. We also had StarCraft 2 players and so forth. You probably know quite a few of our players. If you look up Pulse Esports, and I think I sent my boy Spyro here a few links that if you want you can drop in the chat. But you can see all the rosters that we've fielded over the years, both at Pulse Esports and then later at Sensei Esports, which was originally Enigma. Some of the ones that you'll definitely know is like Alfari, Caps, Castro. Went to play at C9. But if you actually look through those lists, I would say like a third-ish went on to have like pretty notable pro careers. And there's quite a few players that are on those lists that did not make it to the wikis, because those are all like fan updated. So there's a lot of stuff that's missing there. So yeah, all sorts of esports stuff since the very beginning of time, basically. But I got into esports in 2004 because I grew up in Pittsburgh, and MLG happened to put on an event in Philadelphia. And so people at my school told me about it, and I was like, people are playing video games for a living. This is the coolest shit ever. That's what I'm going to do with my life. And that's how this whole adventure started. And yeah, I actually owe MLG for kind of setting me up with the career that I have now, doing engineering, and we've got VC funding and all sorts of stuff. Like, that adventure never happens without Major League Gaming, because I got started building web apps and stuff for people on the MLG forums, and that was how I paid to go to tournaments. So yeah, it all ties together.
Nice. Okay. So I'm going to take a brief pause here and just note that if anybody's watching on any other platform, whether it is X, Rumble, LinkedIn, I stream in a few different places. I can see all the chats. Praz here might not be able to see it. I hope you don't mind if I call you Eric. You said that's okay, so I'm going to go with it. So Eric here can't see it, but if anybody else wants to see from one of the, or wants to ask a question, I can see all the chats from all the platforms. So by all means, go ahead and ask questions or whatever. Okay, so let's start kind of with maybe let's do an intro into what kind of web applications you started with, just to get a sense of how you kind of cracked the nut into the space.
Sure. So it started out not as web apps. It started out predominantly as originally people would you probably remember the old school forum days where there was a signature under each post and there was like this cool picture, and that was like how people identified you visually on forums back in the day. And so I thought that was cool. So I was like, let me download Photoshop on LimeWire or whatever.
Right.
And then this is how I discovered Linux and cracked.exe, is
What a
trying to recover
throwback.
from
Deep cut,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, exactly. So this is how I actually got into Linux and building my own computers and all of this stuff, is because I downloaded so much shit on like LimeWire and FrostWire and the Pirate Bay, and I was just nuking Windows all day, every day. So I got into Photoshop and kind of the art side of things, and I was making forum signatures for people. And eventually, what happened was I was making like $5 or $10 from some people who wanted stuff like that, and I was like, okay, this is cool. But then some of them came back and were like, can you design a website? I was like, of course I can. I've never done that before, but like obviously, sure. And
Fake it till you make it.
so I would exactly. So then I would start designing websites for people, and that paid a little better than the forum signatures, so that was cool. I mean, I'm still only making like $50 for like a whole weekend worth of work, so it's not like I'm crushing it, but it's getting started. I was like, I don't know, 13 or 14 at the time, something like that. So $50 is a lot of money when you're a kid and you want to go and play video games.
Yeah.
So then that evolved. The natural progression is, you've designed me a website. Can you like actually, build it and host it and all of the other stuff that goes along with that? And so then I would start doing that. So that's the very start of the progression. This is back when like knowing HTML was enough to get a job kind of thing. So it's a very different world today. I would not give the same advice to somebody starting out right now, but that's how I got started. And as far as the apps that I was building, like I designed a website called Endgame Live, which I don't even want to call them a competitor to Justin.tv, because they just weren't.
Yeah.
But that was basically what it was all about, is people who wanted to, watch esports related stuff, live streams, videos, and things like that. And that was the first like really serious thing I built. I built that, I think I was like 15 years old at the time. And that was a really cool project. It taught me a lot. And it just kind of kept going from there. And I paid for all of my esports adventures up until the time I started my business exclusively with that. And then once I started the business, it still took quite a while for revenue to come in and for all of that to turn into something real. So as you can imagine, I did a lot of tech and consulting the whole way.
Yeah, I bet. Okay, so then I am very curious, what was your first actual esports event that you went into?
Oh shit! That's actually a great question. I've been to so many.
Got him, boys. Got him.
It's definitely an MLG event.
Yeah.
Which one would it have been? The first one that I like have really strong memories of happened in Meadowlands, but I don't remember if it was 2005, 2006, probably 2005.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say like MLG Meadowlands in the 2005-ish era.
Okay.
But yeah, that was a common stop. I hit every Meadowlands event all the way up until MLG decided that they could no longer keep their doors open. So
Right. Okay, so that's cool. So I presume then that what ends up happening is that you not only see kind of the esports world, which is a little bit removed, a touch from the actual, I guess you could say, engineering of the games themselves, the technical engineering. The esports thing is kind of its own thing because it falls more into like entertainment, kind of like watching other types of sports events. Thus the name esports, it's in the name. So I would imagine that you would see kind of two different worlds at play when you go and talk to people and participate in these events, or even as a viewer to begin with.
Yeah, for sure. So like back then, developers were not the same as they are now. And it's very important, and this is something that we're going to probably dive really deep into, because it's like that whole thread is very much related to this. But back then, developers like Ubisoft and Bungie Studios, were really, they cared a lot about the competitive community around this game. They cared a lot about the community around the game in general, not just in a very superficial kind of way. And they talk about it, but they actually did stuff. So, if you played Halo 3, for example, there was an MLG playlist in the game. Killer KC would call up every time they would make a change to the rules for the MLG competitions. And he would say, hey, Bungie employee, here's the new rule set. Go put this into your game now and make this available for all of the players who participate in playing Halo. Like, that was a thing that Bungie made available to the community that has not existed since. That's not, that's not a thing that you can go into any modern game and find, really. That's not something that modern developers would do. And, Ubisoft did something that was, in my opinion, even crazier than that. They made maps that actually were MLG events for their game.
Right.
So, yeah, this was for Rainbow Six Vegas, and they actually had maps that were, the MLG event, and that was just kind of them basically saying thank you to the community and trying to support us in the way that they could.
Right.
So, going to these events, you could actually meet Bungie employees sometimes because they were just part of the community, and you would get to play games against Bungie employees, online. In fact, there was, cosmetics in game that you could earn just by playing as a Bungie employee. And if you beat them, you get the flaming skull helmet, I believe it was. I don't remember which cosmetic it was, but I think that was the one. So, there was a lot of opportunity to actually interface with the developers in kind of a meaningful way and have a conversation with them. And that's how I met a lot of these guys. And some of them, became friends. Most of those guys are retired now, which leads into some of the stuff that we're talking about. But yeah, it was a very different world. And the esports side of things is interesting because it's basically marketing budget to these companies. They don't see esports as being, part of their product, so to say. They see it as being just something that they spend some money on, maybe they support it and they get something out of it. But companies like, Bungie Studios back then, they saw it as something different. They saw it as a retention mechanism. They realized that this was a way that we can keep people coming back to our game. And we can go into the details of the games in a second, but that, I think I've kind of covered that question about seeing the two worlds and how this all shaped up.
Right. Yeah, I think you've delineated the difference between let's say the front-facing portion of esports and then the back-facing portion of esports. If you're like the back end and front end of it, essentially, there is a difference. But you also touched on several other points. Companies used to care differently. Developers used to program differently. The people who were playing the games, whether they were involved, maybe they were participants of the esports events themselves, or they were just casual gamers who enjoyed the game, used to play differently and interact with the game differently. Like, the entire world seems completely different. And what's crazy to me as I'm listening to you say all this is that we're talking, maybe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but 20 years ago.
Yep, about 20 years.
That's
makes me feel ancient when you say it, but yeah, it's been 20 years.
But it does, but it also is not a very long amount of time at all. The amount of change that has happened, the shift in this in the industry in general, but in what you're talking about, for a 20-year time span, is actually not that far. It's crazy how much it's changed given that time span. Okay, so yeah, why don't we talk a little bit about what you've noticed has changed that stands out to you? Maybe it's multiple things. You just dive into whatever feels right for you.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot, as you alluded to. It's not going to be one thing. It's many, many hundreds of things. It's essentially a death by 1,000 cuts kind of scenario.
Okay.
The first thing is that the foundation of games has changed a lot. It used to be that when somebody would want to make a game, there was a pretty long evaluation process about what the architecture of the game was going to look like. If you actually go back and you listen to, Carmack and talk about his game experience and how they would build stuff from scratch and the thesis behind why they would build this or why they would build that, and all of the math that they put in to try to figure out all the challenges and so forth. That kind of gives you an idea of what the world was like at that point in time. And during the Halo kind of Halo CE, Halo 2, and Halo 3 era was when this was starting to change at the very beginning. They were starting to build more tooling, but it hadn't changed yet. And the employees at Bungie Studios were still kind of like the old guard of really like high skilled, like the turbo nerds who loved the game and loved making the game really good. And they were going to solve technical challenges to make that happen. They were not going to just try to bulldoze past them in order to get something out. What has changed is a lot of the old guard is just gone. It's the average tenure in the gaming industry is about 2 years at most companies. So what this means for a game's development lifecycle is that the group of people that starts making the game is not usually the same group of people that has finished the game. Most of them, or at least a very large portion of them, are no longer there. And so what management has done is they have realized that because of all sorts of internal reasons, crunch time and, poor management of teams, not particularly valuing the developers themselves and like all sorts of internal nonsense that goes on at these studios, that they needed to change strategy a little bit so that they could have a continuity of development without running into huge problems, right? This is also where paradigms like clean code come from, which I'm sure that you've come across in your life. And this is basically coming from that same mindset of we need an individual engineer to be replaceable, because if they're not, they're going to leave at some point in the next likely 2 years, maybe 3 years. And we need somebody else to be there to launch this game. And if they're not going to be here to launch their features and to carry their stuff forward, then we need somebody else who can. And that means that we have to design the game in such a way that that is possible. Because you don't want people doing like crazy bit shift math to do something like Arcane for performance that somebody else coming down the line can't read it. They can't debug it. They have no idea what's going on. So that was one of the big changes, is the old guard leaving and tenure of people in this industry just being shorter. Another one is the size of teams has exploded. So Halo 3 was built by roughly 150 people. Back then, that was a huge studio. Like that was the biggest thing at that time. It was enormous. And I think a lot of people who are in your chat probably remember how big of a game this actually was and like how much hype was in. Also interestingly, I think the budget was only like $60 or $70 million to make this game. It wasn't like they were spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. It certainly wasn't approaching $1 billion, which, some games have actually, crept up to that mark where it's just absolutely insane. Like the public company money type levels of investment into a game. So the scale was very different, and that has gone away as well. Like Halo Infinite, to compare it to Halo 3, there's at least 500 employees potentially. The budget was roughly $500 million. It's not exactly clear. They don't publish this because they're not super proud of the results of this game. And the revenue that they might have gotten is roughly $1 billion in revenue. So maybe they got a 2x return, but who knows? It's not clear that it's only 500 million that they've invested. Who knows what the marketing budget was? Who knows what the actual details are, because they're not super public about it. But they went from Halo 3 at, let's call it 60 or 70 million dollars. They made between 600 and 700 million dollars in revenue off the back of that. Right. So a 10x return down to a 2x return. So, this is what happens when the team size balloons and everything just gets crazy. Right. This is just the byproduct of that. Right. And all of the other issues are kind of a byproduct of what happens when a network gets large. You can't have, you lose communication between people. If your team size is 4 dudes in a room and they're just working on like your file share system and that's what they're doing, those 4 dudes in that room understand that system completely. There's no room for like something to go missing because the guy who knows that piece is right there. Right. When your team size is like 40 or 50 people, you don't necessarily know the first name of everybody in that room all the time. Some of them are leaving, like the tenure is short. So, you know what I mean? You have this breakdown in communication that happens, and that makes it very difficult to develop as well. So those are the main things that I see. Obviously, you have, the move towards microtransactions. The live service model is another big one. But those things don't necessarily have to be a problem. they can be, your incentive structure changes, but the other elements, the technical and kind of performance oriented elements, are the thing that stops you from launching features. Because I promise you, if Halo Infinite could have launched with Halo 3's feature set, they would have. And we can get into why that is economically, but
Sure.
they definitely would have if they could have.
Yeah. Okay. So so let's broach a few subjects here, and then we'll move into that economic factor. I have a theory that you've heard me say before, which is that this happened in React, by the way. So I believe it's Jordan Walker, I want to say, the creator of essentially what became React in when he was in Facebook. The Facebook website needed, if my memory serves me right, someone can fact check me and tell me if I'm wrong, but it was something like they needed the endless scrolling, where you load the first initial set and then you want to click more, or you want to load more as you get to the bottom of the screen, things like that. That was one of the problems that they were facing. They were also facing complexity around all the different elements that they had on the screen, and the problem was that as Jordan was on his way kind of out, or close to when he was on his way out. I'm not sure if that was related to the topic at hand, but it kind of touches on it. The developers were saying like, hey, we can't do the kind of technical things that someone like Jordan can do. We're having a really tough time. Can we come up with something that makes our lives easier? And then Jordan just kind of hashed out React. Now, again, the details, I might be completely butchering the details, but just as a general idea, that's kind of like how React came about. It essentially was a way to ensure that that team could do the things that they needed to do from a feature set by catering to the developers, either whatever reason you want to insert. You want to say it's inability, you could say that. You want to say it's complexity, you could say that. You want to say it's team size, you could say that. You want to say it's all of the above, or something I haven't mentioned, sure, whatever it is. But it relates to what you're talking about, which is what I call the interchangeable widget theory, which is that at some point along the way, companies generally lost sight of how to properly take care of the developers in their company, and they shifted the economic incentives to everybody being an interchangeable widget, exactly what you're describing. And so what you get out of that is, of course, you're going to have programmers who want to buy into the economics, because who doesn't like a sweet paycheck? And they're going to go along with it. And they're going to create paradigms and abstractions and frameworks and tools and build chains and whatnot, so that the next interchangeable widget before them can replace them after they're gone. And you see a very quick but quick and short period of time where these things take effect, and they escalate and escalate and escalate. And now here we are today, where all we're doing is focusing on the interchangeable widget portion. Now, from a technical perspective, how do you think that has impacted that interchangeable widget aspect specifically? Let's hone in on that first. How do you think that has impacted how games are made today, technically speaking, versus how they were made, let's even say 10 to 20 years ago?
So, I mean, this is an easy one, because these days nobody starts from scratch. The idea that you would build an engine that specifically services your design goals is no longer a consideration at large studios. That is not going to happen. Nobody is going to approve that. That is the closest thing to a fireable offense to bring up, because it's seen as like an anathema. It's not something that is even possible to do. Now, of course, this is nonsense. Other devs, Jonathan Blow builds his own engines for all of his games, and this is not actually that hard. Game engines are actually not that complex, to be totally honest with you. That's sort of a known thing to people in certain parts of the community, but it's not something that is known by the boardrooms of these companies. So the idea that they would start from scratch, build the exact spec of the thing that they want, and then work towards executing that spec and knowing what that design and architecture is going to be ahead of time, that's just gone.
Right.
Now it's which big engine are we going to use? Is it going to be Unreal? Are we going to use Unity? Are we going to be rebels and use Godot? But it's not, let's build our own thing that services our own goals. So that's the main thing, I think, is that the idea that you start from that small base of what you actually want to execute on and then expand out to incorporate what you need, that's gone. Now it's let's drag in Unreal or whatever, which is just absolutely ludicrous. The amount of stuff that's in there, like it's extremely powerful. And I'm glad Unreal exists, generally speaking. I'm totally happy that this exists and it makes it easier, especially for like a solo dev to build a game and do a bunch of cool stuff. And they don't have to have 40 artists on staff, because you can pull in an asset and you can change that asset into being what you want. And the consumer doesn't really see that tree is the same tree that somebody else used before because they've tweaked it just enough, right? That's a good thing that it exists. The problem is that now becomes like the crutch. Right. And big studios will be like, well, that accelerates us as well, so let's just use that. And then what you find out is, oh, we wanted to do this cool file share feature, or we wanted to do, this really cool physics engine trick where we can rewind time in our game and do a bunch of weird stuff. And it turns out that Unreal is just not putting you on the happy path. Now you have to figure out the Unreal internals, which are insane, like veritably insane. It's an extraordinarily complicated and powerful tool. And you have to figure that out in order to sort of reverse engineer the features that you want. Yeah. If they're not out of the box, it's basically just not going to happen. And somebody's going to say, we don't have that in, Unreal's API. It's not going in the roadmap for development. And so, Halo Infinite is a great example here again. If you look at Halo Infinite, they did not launch with all the features that Halo 3 launched with, that's right. For sure. They did not have Forge, they didn't have Theater, and they definitely would have had it if they could have had it.
Right. So I would kind of extend exactly what you just described here. And I think on top of the fact that like the engine itself is essentially a bunch of tools to accommodate interchangeable widgets. It's a bunch of pre-built stuff to accommodate interchangeable widgets. You also have the fact that these companies don't even realize that they're limiting their own creative abilities in these video games, and they're essentially becoming more homogenized as a necessity of these tools. So they don't think ahead to go, well, we have this crazy cool idea that we think this game would benefit from. We could make a bunch of money, people would love it. And then they get to that point, but it's way too late because from the word go, they've started with a whole bunch of stuff that has limited their creative abilities to be able to do that. And those are symptoms now. Now we're talking about symptoms of a previous cause, which we kind of touched on. And so what you have is a landscape now where exactly what you described, Halo Infinite versus Halo 3. It's like, how would you even do that? Well, you can't, because you've actually necessarily closed off that creative aspect of, wouldn't it be cool if we could do this crazy cool thing in this game? And generally speaking, there are some programmers out there who exist would be like, yes, it would be cool. And yes, we could do it if we didn't have this interchangeable widget toolbox, right? So there's a symptom that's happened here. And it's an unfortunate thing that the companies have kind of like cut themselves off at the knees here. They could be making a lot more money, which kind of leads into the economic stuff, right? So,
yeah, for sure. I also see in your chat, people are talking about 500 employees is not a lot for a large AAA game.
Right.
If it takes you between let's say 5 years or whatever to build a game, 500 employees is going to cost you, let's say $100K per employee. This adds up really fast.
Oh yeah.
This is not, some just wipe it off under the rug or whatever. This is a serious concern, and you are accountable for all of those dollars all of the time if you're not getting the productivity that you want and what have you. Some games have been literally in development for close to a decade before they actually maybe get profitable. Overwatch was originally, there was a thing that was coming before Overwatch, and then it turned into Overwatch. The entire life cycle of that development took forever. The amount of money spent to create Overwatch is extraordinary sums of money. Yeah. And a large portion of that is payroll.
Right. So, okay. So since we're on the economics, and feel free to interrupt me anytime you want, Eric, and just answer chat. Just go ahead and just jump in. So when we're talking about the economics now, since we're into that, let's talk a little bit about that. From your perspective, how have the economic factors changed and or influenced the way games are made? So let's kind of lean off of the technical a bit and more into the economic. I know that they're related, like you can't really divorce them strictly, but just a bit more on the economic stuff, if you could expand on that a bit.
Sure. So I would say that the economics have also it's kind of this weird thing where the economics actually haven't been the driver of things.
Okay.
They have been they've kind of suffered, as I've mentioned, like the amount of revenue, like the revenue multiples in terms of like return on, ad spend or whatever has just been way lower. If you are, you put $30 million into create a game and $30 million into ad budget and you get $600 million out of it, you're crushing it. If you put 500 million into a game, you only get $1 billion out of it, and that takes you a couple of years. Your returns are significantly worse.
Yeah.
From an investor point of view, like you're not happy with one, but you're thrilled with the other.
Yeah.
So, the economics are actually not driving this. The economics are suffering as a result. And I don't think that it is popular in boardrooms to acknowledge that this is a problem because they have these giant headcounts and nobody wants to be the guy that says, yeah, we're going to lay off 80% of our workforce.
Right.
Reasonably. And 80% would be like a reasonable estimate if you wanted to get back to the team sizes that were developing some of the greatest games ever. That's just what it would be.
Right. Okay. So help me out here because I do have a theory, and it's there's what would you say? There's a bigger theory that kind of encompasses tech in general, and then I think the video game aspect of it is the leader. I'll just explain it really briefly. I think when you look at video games, you see where things are headed. They're the leaders of just generally tech development, programming, the use of hardware. They're usually on the bleeding edge of like the extremes of the use of whatever we have available from a technology perspective. That kind of is a little bit negated when you start talking about lower level stuff like robotics. Maybe is a little bit of a different world. But just in general, the things that we're talking about is like how far can you push these things, and how much performance can you squeeze out of every square inch, things like this, or at least that's the way it used to be. And when you see the video game industry going that way, then you can kind of get a sense of where tech in general will go. And I think that's proven true, where you talked about microtransactions. You just talked about how the economics impacts the way games are made and how that's changed. And I would say that, let's take microtransactions, for example. I would say that one is a symptom of the same kind of thing that you actually see copied in just the general tech world. Subscriptions. What are subscriptions to software, if not microtransactions of a different form? And I think the symptom is that these companies no longer know how to make anything of quality. They don't have the skills in-house to do it anymore. They are no longer incentivized economically. They seem to be completely blind to the fact that they could make lots of money, more money than they currently do if they focused on better quality output of games, software, etc. And you bundled in all the reasons we're talking about and going to talk about, and you have the symptom of, well, now we need to add in microtransactions because exactly what you said, we're not making the kind of money that we used to make. When you compare to the stuff that was on more limited hardware, you didn't have Unreal or Unity or anything, or they were barely, a twinkle in people's eyes, those kinds of engines, right? But the amount of investment that went into that versus the amount of return was comparatively much greater. And so then companies are like, well, I don't know what happened, and developers went, I don't know what happened either, although they participated in their own undoing in this situation. And so then you have a symptom like microservice or now subscriptions and advertisements and you're the product, sell your data, etc. Am I off base here, or is there some truthfulness to that?
There's definitely some truthfulness to it. I'll give you another great example.
Sure.
Is back in the day, you used to walk into GameStop and you'd hand the GameStop guy $5 and you would say, I want to pick up Gears of War, Halo 3, whatever, in 6 months when it comes out.
Right.
And they would take that, and that money would go into the back, and they'd be like, all right, we're going to hold this until the game is about to be released.
Right.
And then we're going to call up the publisher, and we're going to get allocation for how many units we're going to get to our store. So pre-orders back then were totally different than pre-orders today.
Yeah.
That revenue did not all go to Bungie Studios the second that pre-order comes in the door. They're holding on to it. You could go into GameStop and you could change your pre-order to a different game. They're holding the money. They don't care.
Right.
All is fine. They're just moving a number from one side of the accounting book to the other so they can order a different game at some point.
Right.
So this is totally different than today, obviously, because now we have early access games. You can pre-order a game. They give you some bullshit perk that isn't worth anything, and everybody has it. So the unique factor is also not that great.
Right.
So the incentive to launch a game that is great on day one is basically dead. That is just not how games are made anymore. Almost all games are going to be released either on a pre-order model or with some kind of early access, but it's actually kind of the full game, but like not really. And then, these games that have early access, they're not giving you early access to everything. They're giving you early access to like the base game. And then they still have microtransactions. They're still going to sell you a battle pass. They're still going to have their on-platform currencies. Like all of this other bullshit is still getting tacked on top of that, but you're paying full ticket price or maybe a small discount for that game. That might just be dog shit. And it also just might not come out.
Right.
It might be, some Star Citizen type thing where it's like, we'll take $1 billion in, and then maybe you get something that's okay in 10 years.
Yeah.
So, that there's a lot to unpack there, obviously, but it's not great. The incentives are obviously terrible from top to bottom.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't see how we're going to put that genie back in the bottle. That's going to be here to stay for a long time unless somebody's extremely courageous and comes out and says, we're just going to do it no matter what. No microtransactions, no bullshit. We're not going to have any of that.
Right.
No early release. And we're going to crush it. And if somebody comes out and does that and like proves everybody wrong, maybe we go the other way.
Right.
But somebody has to be extraordinarily courageous to make that argument in a boardroom today.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm trying to stay narrowed down to one thing at a time. You can answer Unholy Diver if you like, because I know that economic thing is a important aspect. I was gonna say I wonder how much the digital versus physical copy of the thing has changed. But you're absolutely right that there is an element of DLCs, patches, updates, continual things. Laughably on Twitch, I'm going to paraphrase his theory. I'm going to call it on his behalf. He can tell me if I got it wrong. The never finished theory, which is that even products outside of the video game space, just in general, the typical thing you pay a subscription for, like your Spotify, account or whatever, nothing is ever truly done. Everything must continue to always be upgraded and updated and whatnot. Whereas if you go back even 20 years ago, maybe a little bit more, you had things like Winamp, for example. It was like once you had Winamp, you generally just had it. Just maybe not like a 100% exactly like that, but it's of that nature where once something was done, it was done. Cartridges. You got the game, that was the game. It was what you paid for, and that's it, right? So I'm curious your take on whether you think physical versus digital had an impact and what you think of the never finished theory.
Well, I mean, the live service thing is 100% real. Yeah. Like that's just... There's not really anything to say. I think it's self-evidently true. Anybody who plays any video games today sees it in everything that they do. All publishers want to do is drop live service games. They will patch just about anything from changing their story. They find a bug in Act 3 of whatever the thing is, and they'll fix it in a live service fashion. And the average game, I don't remember the stats. I heard an industry insider stat on this. I don't know if it's public at all, and I won't say where I heard it from, but like the average game at this point has patches on day one. They are not launching a game that is complete on day one. They
Yeah.
like immediately have to release bug fixes literally on the day of launch.
Yeah.
So, the existence of that stat being a thing is crazy. And the fact that anybody would care enough about that or think that that might be a thing to go and check is also like kind of indicative that there's a problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely. Like the incentives are all wrong.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to come back to this idea this thing you brought up, which is like somebody has to be brave enough to go do something. And I want to explore that just a little bit, what that would look like. But let's hammer down on some of the stuff that we still have to talk about. So let me hone in on something specific. And that specific thing is, how much of an impact does the economics play into, for example, the post you had on X where you described the features that existed in previous Halo games that we can't seem to even recreate even at all?
Literally nothing.
Okay, let's
Literally
get in.
nothing.
Let's dig in. Let's go. What do you mean by that? What do you mean nothing?
All right. So everything that I described in that post is accretive to revenue, all of it.
Okay.
So what happened with Halo 3 is a game designer sat down and they said, what can we do to make our game really successful? And they said, what are the features that are going to be standout? And what is going to make this kind of work really well economically for us? And I'll go into a few different topics. I'm probably going to rant for a bit here. So just interrupt me if you want to make a point.
Rant away. I'll sip my coffee.
Great. So let's think about it like this. There is a concept in marketing called earned media. And what that basically is you do a thing that is cool or exciting, and then somebody else goes and they make content about it. They write about it, they do a stream, and they talk about it, whatever it is. Right now, what we're doing is earned media in favor of Halo 3, right? Like that is what earned media is, basically. And so how do you get earned media in 2007 as a game developer? How do you get somebody to yap about your game and make this work? Well, it would be great if there was a feature in the game that allowed you to take screenshots and record clips so that people could share it on this newfangled thing called YouTube and put it on their websites and on forums and talk about this game.
Yeah.
That would be really cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And so right now, if you look up clips from, any game before Halo 3 and some of the games of its time, like Rainbow Six Vegas, the amount of media that exists on like YouTube or on the internet in general about all those other games is a tiny fraction of what would exist around Halo 3. Yeah. Most of the stuff that you'll find about Halo CE or Halo 2 or Rainbow Six Vegas is actually stuff that came later, long afterwards, when people, had better capture card technology and everything. They went back and they played it like they're classics.
Right.
But at the time, there was nothing on all the other sites on the internet about this. And so that creates this other idea of, okay, we have a way now to get earned media and to make it easier for content creators and all of this stuff. And the actual like work of capturing this content, by the way, just for the younger portion of the audience, this was a giant pain in the ass, like on a level that you cannot comprehend. If you scroll back on my Twitter to the very first photo I ever posted, I built a $10,000 computer to be able to live stream Halo and StarCraft 2 gameplay and other shit in HD at this time. Okay. Like this was an immense effort to do it. So in order to have any hope of this happening in real time while your game is like actually out, you had to have features that would make it more convenient.
Right.
Because having everybody set up crazy capture cards from Black Magic and like buying Western Digital black, Velociraptor drives type shit, like this is not going to be a thing. So that's an important consideration to keep in mind. Then what happens is this game designer goes, okay, we have a way now to get earned media, but we don't want the media that we get to be stale. We don't want everybody to say the exact same thing. We want our game to appeal to casuals, and we want it to appeal to competitive people, and we want it to appeal to the guy who just wants to hang out with his girlfriend and they're trying to have fun playing something together. And we want it to, we want the Mario fan to like this game. And so you have the idea of Forge. What does Forge give you? Well, it's a custom map generator, essentially. You can go in, you can make a map, you can take all the old maps, you can change what's on them, you can build completely new maps from scratch. Some of the most popular maps in Halo 3's competitive history were forged maps.
Right.
So that gives you an idea of that, right? But it also allowed you to create a racetrack. And then you can get all your friends together to go racing down this thing. And then you can record that and you can upload the thing, and then screenshots of that become public, and somebody from, you know, Gizmodo magazine or whatever puts it on the front page of their website, like, look at this really cool feature. This is really awesome. This is like the ultimate casual gaming experience. And then you get a 10 in the ratings, and now you get a lot more sales.
Yeah.
And so the long story short of this is all of these features play together. It's all cohesive. The same thing is true for file share. You want friend A to be able to share his cool shit with friend B, so friend B logs on the game to watch his friend's cool clips and to see the cool screenshots and whatever.
Right.
And then while he's on the game, he's probably going to play some games with his friend who invited him, and now he might, you know, buy Halo 3 ODST, which they also released,
Yeah.
and nobody thinks about the fact that they, you know, made even more money off this game when they relaunched ODST,
Right.
or they might buy the map packs or the other stuff that they've released, right? So all of this plays together in a cohesive strategy to make the maximum amount of money from the get-go. And I will leave it there. I'll let people jump in, but I think that is like the easiest way to understand like how it was. We make a cool thing that drives the sales, and then nowadays we're stuck in a box where we can't make the cool thing. So now it's way harder to drive the sales.
Right. So the reason why this is genius to me, why what you just described is genius level game creation. The marketing is built into the game. So instead of thinking of marketing as a separate budget of we're going to purchase X number of dollars for ads on like a different platform or whatever, now you have marketing that's part of the game where see how boring I am. He has to leave. He has to like literally walk.
No,
off.
you're good.
I know.
I can hear you
I'm
the
just
whole
kidding. I know.
It's getting hot in here.
Yeah.
I'm getting heated, and now I'm starting to sweat. So
Oh damn! Oh, we're getting upset now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting upset.
So instead of like a separate ad spend for like putting it on websites or I don't know, paying money for influencers, for example, is kind of like a thing you would do today. You would have it built into the mechanism of the game itself so that it kind of spread naturally, organically, even as you're playing the game. And you could make a case for, well, if we're going to spend this much money on advertising, maybe we can put it into the game mechanics instead and kind of have like a natural marketing play instead of that. That's what the genius of what you just described is to me. And I think that's proof that it has worked in the past and that it can yet work again, but it requires an accompanying set of principles. One being, we need to be building games that are actually more fun to play. They have better gameplay features. They're technically of higher quality than the things we've been producing up to this point, etc., etc. And here are some features that you used to have that people seem to enjoy and pay extra for. Everybody wins. The gamers have cool stuff. The companies make more money. The designers get to build cool game mechanics because now you can, instead of being told, we can't do this. Do you know how insane it is to make Unreal Engine do this? And then it's like, okay, well, I guess that's out because we don't even have the budget for this or whatever it is. Instead of all of the nonsense that we have today, you could have that and everybody could have work and everybody could have quality and everybody could make more money than what we even do today with our microtransactions and advertisements and all of that stuff. And that seems to have been lost along the way. And I think you're absolutely right that I think what you're pointing to is that the economics aren't necessarily the thing that negated that. But they play into it in that you could have better economics if you focused on something that's deeper to the way games are being made today and were being made in the past. It's more than just, oh, well, the economics neutered the video game industry's ability to recreate features or whatever it is. Hopefully I've summarized that.
Yeah. It's not, yeah, for sure. It's definitely not the economics. Like I said, if they could make the things today, they absolutely would. And yeah, I mean, you can tell that they absolutely would because it just took them an extra year or two to launch these features for Halo
Right.
Infinite. They just didn't have it at launch. They worked really, really hard to get it out eventually,
Right.
and they blew the budget out to hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in order to accomplish it.
Right.
And that's purely like a technical problem holding back the roadmap. If they could have had that at launch, their launch would have been better. A lot of things would have been better. You know, imagine how much earned media Halo Infinite could have gotten if they had all these features at launch.
Right.
Just think about it that way. You know, imagine if Forge was out at the start, what the esports, you know, ecosystem might have looked like for that game versus what it is.
Right.
It's tiny.
Right.
Like it's minuscule in comparison to other games now, and that's because they weren't supporting it in the way that it used to be supported.
Yeah.
And that's a long-standing trend, but absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is interesting. So I kind of see in chat, it's kind of hard because the screen's a little bit farther away, so I don't get too distracted. But I think Unholy Diver is bringing up a question about the costs of the active players and bandwidth utilization. Maybe
Yes.
Why don't you go into that?
Sure. So the only thing that you have to understand about this is like how this was implemented, and this is not like they're recording a video of you playing the game.
Right.
So every tick, they would take basically a snapshot of game state. It's like ridiculously small amounts of data. If you actually look at like the data ingress and egress when you're playing a game like Halo, it's very, very little overall. That would get compressed down. And what they would actually store is basically the snapshots of the game state. And so what ends up happening is they're not giving you a video that you're watching. You're actually watching the game being played out in front of you from those snapshots, and you're walking through those snapshots. So the actual saved space is, you know, kilobytes essentially, not, you know, hundreds of megabytes potentially to get this game. And
Right.
realistically, you couldn't actually do it any other way, because if you want to fly around the thing as 343 Guilty Spark, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean this is not crazy. This is how Source Engine does it. You know, if you were to implement this is the only sane way to do it. Like there is no other way to accomplish this in like a sane fashion without having ridiculous file sizes. So yeah, everybody has taken this and gotten on board and has been doing this for a long time since.
Right.
But they don't do it when the game comes out, and that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah. So I wonder then how much the complexity of, say, like a Unreal or Unity or like an engine with a bunch of pre-built stuff, I wonder how much that actually complicates the ability to be able to do something like that today. Does it make it worse? Does it make it better? Is it neutral to that kind of an ability?
I'm sorry, I actually got distracted by.
Oh, go
Unholy
for it.
Diver in
Answer.
chat.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is, clips are the same thing. When you cut down a clip in Halo 3, it works identically to as if you had this whole replay. So it's just a section of the snapshot. So it's actually even smaller data-wise. So when somebody file shares a clip, you know, it's minuscule. It basically doesn't matter. You know, if you sell this game for $60, your lifetime ingress egress cost for the data and the storage and all of that might be $1. Probably not even close to that in 2007 even. And
Right.
this is back when hard disk space was like expensive, right? And it still wouldn't have actually mattered.
Right.
Well, MP4, they didn't do MP4s in file share. This was all, you know, the in-game feature stuff was all designed how I'm describing here. If you wanted to share an MP4, you would record the gameplay using a capture card, whether it's like a Dazzle using, you know, RCA jacks, or, you know, a Blackmagic capture card that was using something digital using an HDMI pass-through or something like that. But yeah, that was all separate.
Right.
And, you know, most of that stuff goes on YouTube.
Right. And so there's a difference in what you're describing here, which is like there's a difference between recording the gameplay and recording the gameplay. One is a state by state by state. You're taking a snapshot in time. Imagine you could freeze time and you could just count all the like molecules and electrons and atoms in the whole world as they were and position them and everything and recreate that in a moment in time. You would be doing that sequentially for a certain period of snapshots. Versus an actual video recording, the type of data that's involved in those two, let's say, clips is very different data ultimately. You're not really recording the same thing at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure of the optimizations that they made. I heard it theorized, but I don't have it confirmed that if you were sharing a clip of a larger game, it was basically just a pointer to that thing. So they didn't actually store any additional data except for the fact that there was a pointer to it.
Right.
I don't know if they actually did those optimizations, but I mean, these are smart dudes. They probably did.
Right. Yeah. I would imagine that would be like that. Yes, I could see that. Yeah. So, yeah, so yeah, Unholy is like saying like, yeah, I mean, these days, so that's actually a question that I was going to ask, which is kind of leading into maybe some of the more prescriptive things that we could come up with for how things should be done today, or how we could imagine things could be done today, given that we have advancements, right? And Unholy Diver is touching on something here, which is like, you would record something on your console and PC because now it's become a lot easier to do that. I think you yourself kind of touched on it. Like, hard drives are easier to get a hold of, they're less expensive, you have more hardware, etc. All of these things are more accessible to people. We have like, I'm streaming here. Like, people typically are capable of streaming on most of the generally the most of the even phones.
Anything better than a potato.
Yeah, but yeah, basically, right? Which means you can record it. So then there's a difference between that and recreating the game state so that you could replay that, right? There is a difference. However, let's just dig into that a little bit. Can you think of things that, here, I'm going to narrow the scope of my question. Can you think of things that today would be incredible features that we could have given the advancements of hardware and just general programming capabilities that maybe we haven't even begun to touch? Maybe there were inklings. Okay,
answer.
Yeah, hit me. Let's go.
Anti-cheat.
Anti-cheat? No way.
Yes.
I wasn't expecting that.
So let's talk about fucking anti-cheat.
Let's go.
Everybody hates cheaters online, boys.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So I actually built a prototype for one of these clients. I won't say who has this. There is an AI-based cool anti-cheat being developed somehow, somewhere at some large studio.
Okay.
That exists. I'm not saying who. It is what it is. Okay. But, okay, so here's the deal with how anti-cheat needs to work. You cannot do any of this bullshit client side.
Right.
Kernel level anti-cheat doesn't work. There is nothing that you can do outside of the kernel that is going to be better than what you could do with kernel level permissions. It just doesn't work client side.
Yeah.
You have to do everything on the server where it is your own sandbox, where you can actually go, okay, this is the data that we have. Is it possible for this move to be made by a human being? If this person snaps 180 degrees and headshots this guy through this wall, could that have been done by a human being? And then you can basically make a probability map of all their decisions throughout the game, and you could say, is this person cheating? And you can do this with like extraordinary levels of confidence.
Yeah.
Like far higher confidence than VAC, to give you an example.
Okay.
VAC is yeah, it's like VAC is dog shit in comparison to what I'm describing right now.
Okay. Bold
when
claims.
this goes mainstream, which will take a long time, just to be clear, this is not coming out in its full form anytime in the near future. This is going to take a long time for all the reasons that we're describing today. This is going to take a minute. But when this comes out, cheating will basically be over for any like online competitive game. It's just going to be done. But talking about the technicals, what does that require? It requires that the client sends way more data to the server, because now they have to take as much data as they can get in order to figure out all of the potential data points that might give somebody some indication about cheating. Like every jitter of the mouse is a thing now. Like, what does this person's normal mouse movement look like? When they WASD to move, what does that look like? What's the timing of those moves typically? When they're strafing or counter strafing, what does that look like? Like, all of these data points are going to get aggregated together to figure out the decision map and like make that statistical analysis. And you need as much data as you can get about a particular player in order to make these decisions. Right. So now the client is sending a lot more data to the server. So right there, you need better internet to be able to support this. Mm-hmm. Instead of needing, like say 100K, per second or whatever it was back in, 2005, now you need like something a little better.
Yeah.
Other things include, Now you also need way faster retrieval for this data because you're storing a bunch of the shit. You need to actually be able to get it off disk in order to pass it to the AI. So now you need faster, solid state storage, and you need all of that.
Mhm.
And you also need way more memory. And you also need, compute that is capable of doing this, so big graphics cards and all of this stuff that has come around since. You need all of it.
Mhm.
So every technical advancement goes into the creation of this thing, and it would literally not be possible if not for all of the advancements in technology that have come. So anti-cheat, I think, is literally the perfect answer. It is the answer to everybody's prayers who plays any game online, and I think it kind of answers the technical wish list as well.
Right. I agree. I think I think I didn't know this was a thing that was happening, but if it does happen, I'm there for it because I personally enjoy having the kind of the nature of the game played as is, especially when it's competitive. Not just me playing it, but even watching, like back in the day when esports was taking off, it would be enjoyable to watch people who had to play within those paradigms and play against each other. There was a certain set of restrictions that came with it, and working within those restrictions to be the best that you could be, there's a fun aspect to that. And when cheating kind of became more, I don't know, normalized, let's say, easier to do and normalized, it kind of took the fun out of playing those restrictions, because that's what is any game but a challenge that you overcome, and then you're like, yeah, I did it. That's like the nature of any game. So that to me sounds great. It's also, I would imagine that it's also probably a good use case of AI. Today's AI, I would be worried about false positives and false negatives and things like that. But given that there's like a future timeline for it, I could see how you could send enough data that you could greatly reduce the number of those bad outcomes to negligible amounts so that you could benefit out of the game. So then,
I
well,
should actually stop you there because there's two things. There's
okay,
actually
yeah,
one thing that I want to talk about in chat, and there's one thing that to address what you just said.
go for it.
So Unholy Diver is talking about the idea of essentially banning cheaters by having them play other people in like a honeypot cheater realm.
Right.
Dota does this. This is a thing that exists. People do this. It's cool, but again, you have to actually correctly identify cheaters for that to work.
Right.
The second thing, and this is a more technical discussion, is that what people talk about as AI is like
AI.
they have drawn this giant fucking circle,
Yeah.
and they have just said, this is what AI is. It's all of this.
Yeah.
And they just use AI carte blanche as the term that for everything that even looks like machine learning and data analysis.
Right.
If it uses any of the terminology that even is tangentially related to AI, it gets
AI.
bundled in as AI. So the stuff that you can do with I don't know, scikit-learn and Python and whatever, that's all that cool machine learning shit and whatever, but it's really accurate. You're not going to have a high false positive rate on this stuff. It's actually extraordinarily precise. And they've been using it to identify cancer cells in people and all sorts of other applications where it's not an LLM where it's fucking hallucinating data that isn't there.
Right.
It's here's a piece of data and I want to know if that fits within the categorization of what I understand.
Right.
So the type of models that we're talking about are extraordinarily different. They're very specialized.
Right. So would you consider a delineation of the term as an algorithm versus AI, in which an algorithm has a very finite set of inputs and outputs, and a very finite set of processes that it goes through when it receives inputs, and maybe some calculations are involved, etc., and then the outputs are very limited. So it's not like a large language model where you just put in whatever language and it just kind of tries to spatialize the terms and all of that. It's more like an algorithm. It's far more restrictive and let's say calculated than what you would generally bundle under AI.
Yes, but I would actually go the opposite direction, and then I would say that what we have, yeah, exactly, Ghost. It's a classification algorithm, of which there are infinite numbers of these. People are inventing new cool stuff all the time for how to classify stuff and do whatever. But basically LLMs are what everybody thinks of as AI, but LLMs are this like tiny little bucket down here. It's just what people have blown up as being this really big thing. It's the product that is consumer facing basically.
Right.
So that's what everybody thinks of as AI, but it just isn't the case that that's what AI is. AI is this whole other realm of data and analysis tools, and you have people have been doing like all kinds of data visualization and analysis with AI like stuff for a very, very, very long time. This is not particularly new. The hardware and the new applications that have come about because of that hardware are relatively new.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's almost worth just stepping back and instead of saying AI, it's like we use machine learning or whatever just to kind of pull away from the buzzword and make sure that people aren't getting this idea that like, yeah, Chat GPT is going to tell me whether this guy's cheating or not, because that just isn't the case.
Right. Okay. So it's a very different beast, so to speak, if you're looking at the whole bucket of available beasts in the AI space. It's not what everybody thinks it is. And that's kind of the reason why I do the daily tech news streams and I go over all the articles that I do, because that's typically what everybody understands AI to be. It's the large language models like ChatGPT and Claude and things like this, which kind of you talk to it and it talks back to you, and it's like more generalized. I would say it's actually more generalized. It's kind of trying to do everything under the sun. And that's where these things fail. And I think you're right that more specialized versions of these have existed for a long time. There's some kind of spectrum there, kind of under all the fluff layers, where people have come up with things inside of a computer that can take data and read it and come up with outputs that are very narrowly scoped to like a particular set of things that you want to look at. It could be data of any kind. Like you said, like medical data, for example, it would require kind of a different, let's say algorithm, just for the sake of it. It would require a different way to look at that data than is somebody cheating in a game. But you could still, I guess you could still say it's AI because it's like artificial and there's, I guess, some intelligence behind it, right? But that's not, you're right. That's not what typically people think. And I hope that the streams that I'm doing here with the Daily Tech News and the scientific articles and all that show you how flawed the bigger portion of this is, the stuff people focus on, and all the doomsday scenarios of AI. They're way overblown. They're probably non-existent, honestly. And I'm trying to prove that. But there are good use cases for AI. And for AI, yeah. Like what you're describing.
Sure. I mean,
right.
There's a million and one great uses for it. Like, robotics is a good one.
Yeah.
People think of the new robotics trend and they think like, oh, now we have cool robots. It's thanks to AI, but robotics is really going to be the forefront of everything, where AI is going to unlock a slight new capability in robotics where it now enables people to do cool stuff.
Right.
Like robotics is more of the final frontier than AI is. AI just gives you like some cool computer vision stuff and some analysis that allows you to go, that's the box that this needs to pick up and take over there. Like that's cool. But a lot of the cool stuff is basically going to come down to, can we build really interesting robotics that is going to kind of displace the workforce and all of that and let us all live this Star Trek life of excess. But yeah, like AI was not even necessary for this to occur. It's just nice to have. Right. People have been building robotics tools and specialized systems to do a lot of this stuff. I mean, Amazon had plenty of robots going on before AI. Yeah. AI just makes it easier to spin up robots for newer applications. Right. But if we fast forward 100 years and we didn't have any AI, the Amazon warehouse is going to be all robots in 100 years, period, no matter if AI is existing or not.
Right. Right, because
I don't really fear AI. I do fear robotics. There's going to be a lot of people with jobs at Burger King who are not going to have jobs at Burger King in 100 years. Like that's for sure going to be a thing.
I could see that, but I think we'd have to distinguish the difference between the way that we, again, like you said, the way that we envision AI now versus the way AI will actually work. Because I see it as a different thing. Like, what was it? I think it was McDonald's. I went over an article where McDonald's used AI to do an order input system. And when you had a kind of like a creative order where you're like, I want like a double cheeseburger, but I want like extra sauce on the side or something different from like the kind of like a different mixture of things in the menu. The AI system tried to piece all of that together and couldn't. I think the inputs of humans for the robots to do a thing is going to be the distinguishing factor between whether the robots are actually useful or not. The current way we input information into AI, and then we just kind of trust it to figure out that it knows context, it knows your intent, it knows everything that you're trying to say. That's kind of like the bad, not so good road that I don't think we'll ever solve. We have to kind of change the interface that we're talking. It's exactly the same thing as we do with laptops and phones. The way that you interface with a thing can either make it easier, better, or easier, less easier, or neutral as to how effective that thing is at doing what you're telling it to do.
Yeah, I'll even give you some examples of where like this stuff has come into play. Like the algorithm at Amazon that decides what you're going to be recommended. That used ML for a long time before anybody even really thought about AI as like the kind of thing that we talk about today. That's been a feature for a very long time. But you can imagine the future of McDonald's menus is somebody walks up to the screen and they say, I'm having a hamburger today. And then McDonald's has enough data on either you as an individual by like facial recognition when you walk through the door, or maybe they just go, okay, people who like this also like that. Or they can figure out sort of a mapping of what your taste buds might prefer based on other food selections that you have made. Okay. And now they can start to, surface the options that might be best for you. So, there's a lot of like really nice applications for AI, but where applications kind of like it not only suck, but they're also just kind of destructive is when you try to outsource human thinking to AI. When the AI is making decisions for you, that's not great. So obviously there are exceptions to this. Medical data is a good one. A human's eyes not being able to spot the cancer cells with the same precision that the robot can.
Right.
Like that's a very real superpower that robots give us.
Right.
But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? There's plenty of things where like, what marketing message do I want to send? And, what do I want to build for my company? Or, what's my business plan going to be?
Right.
If you throw all of that to AI, the likelihood that you get something that's useful out of it is very small. You're going to get what is essentially like the median output of somebody asking for that thing or talking about that thing. And that's not going to help you like crush it in the market. Like my business plan for my current startup, VC funded, by the way, all the, like all the shilling quirks and all that bullshit, just to throw that out there. But like, that could not have been written by AI. If it was, we would fail. Like there's a 100% chance we would fail. So, just something to keep in mind. Like there are good applications for AI where it's absolutely value accretive, and there are applications where it's absolutely not, and it's going to be destructive. And you see a lot of that happening now. There's a lot of spam on the internet. A lot of people are using AI to write all of their posts. So if you ever feel like dead internet theory is real, it's getting pretty real.
It's getting
kind of it's getting kind of scary out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I covered an article that I believe it was Cloudflare stats. 51% of the internet, I believe late last year, was bots. And a good portion of that 51% was AI, AI driven, essentially. So there's that dead internet theory is becoming statistically real.
Yeah, every time you hear the word agent, it should send a shiver up your spine, and you should be like, "Oh dear God, this is not going to be good."
Yeah,
like the travel agent, AI agent, is going to send somebody to like some third world shithole on accident, and then they're going to get eaten by cannibals, and then maybe people will realize like, all right, maybe some more attention should be paid to like the decision making here. But it's going to take that kind of thing, but it will happen. And fortunately, or potentially unfortunately, depending on your perspective, the industry that is creating it is also the industry that's going to get ripped by it the fastest, because every dev is using AI these days at some capacity. Even I use it. I use Claude while I code. I hand it a snippet of code. I say, what's going on here? Like, is there anything that I might have missed? Like, and it's trained on all sorts of other stuff that I have, so that it can give me some highlights that might stand out from other things that I've built, or maybe the pattern's different because it's 2 a.m. and I haven't had my coffee yet, so
Right.
I just whatever, right? It's very useful for things like that.
Right.
It's also great for writing comments about things because it can read my little snippet of code, and then I don't have to say, yeah, this shortens the string to something that's applicable for this application. Like
Yeah.
I don't need to write that comment. Let the AI do it. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
But when you start letting a third of your code, which is where Microsoft is at now, like
Mm-hmm.
they say a third of the lines of code in their recent stuff is written by AI, it's going to fail at some point. And
Yep.
when it does, it's going to explode in everybody's face, and they're going to be very, very upset.
Yep.
And then people are going to, in these tech companies, are going to say, okay, maybe this is the wrong approach. Maybe we should actually like alter how we're building this stuff and what we're trying to use it for.
Yep.
So we're kind of lucky in this sense because we're going to get blasted by it first, where there's probably going to be some ridiculous data leak or whatever,
Yeah.
and then everybody's going to get pwned, and then the government's going to say, hey, you guys are idiots, and there's going to be lawsuits and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's, I think down the line, probably soon, something dramatic will happen. I've said this before. Textradamus's prediction over here, and we're going to be making a bunch of money because we're going to have to do a bunch of cleanup on things that we don't even know are happening right this very second with overwhelmingly AI generated outputs, particularly in code, like you say, but in a bunch of other spaces as well. But I agree with you that if you really narrow the scope and you're very specific in particular about what you want to do, there is some level of automation that's like, yeah, like that's fine. There's it can save you a bit of time and it'll do fine. And if you have a human checking that kind of stuff, okay, like I don't that in particular I don't really see much of a problem with. So I there is an somewhat, I guess, exciting future to it. But just currently, the way that everybody uses it and, the way it's described, it's way, way overblown, way too far out in left field.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the people who are like, I punched this query in and it one-shotted my app, and now I have like a working SaaS business in 30 minutes. It's like, nah, I guarantee I can get your API keys, bro.
Yep.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no chance that that's true.
Yeah.
And if it was true, it was because somebody else was an idiot, posted on GitHub their API key and all of their source code, and the AI happens to have that in its training set because they do that.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of like everybody's just leaving their front door unlocked and not realizing the risk here. But like they're going to realize at some point that, Claude is not a locksmith. It is not installing locks on your doors.
Right.
And you're going to have a hard time at some point. And it's just a matter of, like, I know a few people on X, I won't say who, but they have a lot of API keys from doing some scraping activity.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't want to pay for Claude, you probably will have to because there's not too many of those API keys around. But like Gemini, you're not paying for Gemini. just start sending some DMs on X. You'll find somebody who can give you some API keys for Gemini. You'll be fine.
Yeah. That's sad. It's so sad that that's true. Okay, all right. So that kind of went off into the AI land. So let me try.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No. It's good. It's a good thing. Let me try and scope the question again back to kind of a more not so AI, but like a game feature thing. So I'll rephrase the question again, and it's okay if you can't think of anything off the top of your head. But given the advancements that we have in hardware and programming, hey, even in AI, what are game features? I'm not sure that I guess you could call anti-hacking a feature, but I'm talking about like from the player's perspective, like a game mechanic or feature that we either haven't yet seen or that has been lost to time that we could absolutely have today, and we could have it better, or we could create it today because we have it so much better hardware and software wise.
So there's a lot of ways that you can do cool stuff with time and physics manipulation where you can make some very interesting effects that you definitely could not have done well 20 years ago.
Okay.
Um, so you can imagine, and I'm just going to describe a visual, and I'm probably not going to be able to describe it too well. But
No problem.
imagine the player jumps through a portal. When they jump through the portal, they now are in a new timeline. The old timeline is on the other side of the portal, carrying on forward as normal, but now they're in this new timeline, and they are watching the events that they were just in play exactly in the reverse, and they're essentially like walking through the reverse timeline, and they can interact with the reverse, and it'll change it in the outside, and like this paradoxical loop can actually be done.
Right.
That kind of thing was not going to ever be in a game in like 2007.
Right.
You know, like can you imagine the kind of graphics that would take?
Yeah.
And like it just isn't going to be possible
Yeah.
because of like how much bullshit is going on here. But you could do that today. Like you could make that experience, and if you wanted to for some gameplay objective and you had like a cool idea for how you could implement that,
Right.
you totally could.
Right.
And I'm sure somebody will come up with ideas like that, whether it's doing cool things with a puzzle game and reflections, or doing a cool time puzzle or whatever.
Right.
There's a million things. Like what really needs to happen is somebody needs to get creative and like come up with, this is the idea that I have for what this would be, and then can they execute it?
Right.
And today the answer is they can probably execute it.
Yeah.
But like 20 years ago that wasn't always the case. They would definitely have to like figure something out to either cheat it a little bit.
Yeah.
Mirrors, for example, are a great. Mirrors are a perfect example of this. Mirrors weren't fucking mirrors in video games back in the day. There was no reflections. That was not going to happen. The room was just recreated on the other side of this impenetrable barrier.
Right.
And then as you would walk past it, the room would turn. Like that is, like a lot of hacks like that were done to deal with hardware. But today, you can jump through the mirror and play around in the reflection, and then you jump back out and like, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So that's great. That's a great segue into the next question that I have, which is, if somebody was to make a bold move in this industry and go, fuck it all, this is all bullshit, we need to get back to what made games cool and fun and what brought money into the way that these things were built. Just generally speaking, what are the kinds of things that would be required to make that happen? You could talk about economics, you could talk about technical skills, anything you want, just a general rule. Like, what would somebody have to do to be like, I'm going all out. We're going to change how this works. We have to go back to roots, maybe, whatever it is.
All right, here's what I would do. I would call up my billionaire buddies and I would say, I need $1 billion.
Okay.
That'd be my first step.
Yeah.
And then I would call Casey Moratori and Jonathan Blow. And I would say, who do you guys know? I need 100 killers.
Yeah.
All right. I need 100 guys that are at least your age. No young people allowed.
Yeah.
That's the bar. Let's just get a small loan of $1 billion.
Yeah.
Let's call up the two people who are at the forefront of this idea, and let's find the best people that they have ever worked with, and let's make a game studio.
Yeah.
And then we make a mandate. We build everything from scratch. Yeah. And if you do that, and you just say, we have the best game designer people who are making the coolest shit that they can possibly think of, no restrictions.
Yeah.
We have, we give it a 5-year time horizon, which isn't even unrealistic for games today, but they just put them live access or early access after 3 years and all this other bullshit. And then it's horrible, right? Yeah. We just say, scrap all that. And we release some amazing IP, whatever it is, based on some cool book or whatever. There's a really good chance that would go well. If you picked the right IP, if you had the right game design.
Yeah.
You probably could do something very sad, and you wouldn't cost $1 billion. I'm being facetious. Realistically, like $100 to $250 million for a large scale project like that would absolutely work in even today. Like you could definitely do something incredible at those budgets.
Right. Okay. So it is, in your opinion, at the very least, it is an achievable thing. Someone could do it because the money isn't so exorbitant that it's out of reach. And the number of people required who have the skills to do it is also not out of reach. It would just be quite challenging. It would be quite challenging. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't even say it would be quite challenging. You just have to have the right person has to come into the room and get the money to do it. Like you couldn't go into the boardroom at Blizzard and pitch this.
Right.
But if you were to get the money to do it, it wouldn't actually be that hard.
Right.
Like Casey and Jay Blow aren't like turbo rich. They're not like 100, decibillionaires sitting off in
Right.
the private island type thing.
Right.
If you go to Casey and you say, I got $1 million for you, dog, Casey would probably be like, this is a really cool opportunity to work on something awesome and get paid well.
Right.
Let's do it. Jay Blow has his own studio. So
Yeah.
maybe he has different opinions about what he wants to do. But you can imagine a world where you can get some of the right people at least. And you don't need that many to make great games. If you wanted to make Halo 3, you needed at most 150 people. They did it with that back then.
Mm-hmm.
Today, the hardware is better. There's a lot that you can lean on today, so probably do it with even less.
Yeah.
So you don't need to find a ton of people. You just need to find 100 of the right people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in your opinion, again, were that to happen, let's say that somebody did go ahead and actually pull it off, what would you garner a guess, just a wild ass guess on the return on investment on that? Imagine they had a good IP, they had a good technical foundation, they had a reasonable runway of money, etc., and they could pull off the kind of thing that you're thinking about. What would be the ROI on that? Wild ass guess.
Well, Halo 3 was an easy 10x.
Okay.
And that's not including all of the other stuff that came out of it. There's way more than just game sales in that IP, and that's a whole extra discussion. But the economics doesn't stop at the game anymore. Like that has been not a thing for a very long time. The economics far goes beyond that.
Right.
So, 10x is actually not an unachievable dream for this. Whether or not it would happen, it depends on all of the factors kind of lining up and everything going well. But 10x is actually possible, where you spend 100 million and you get $1 billion out of your game.
I could see that. And I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I actually think that it's not just possible, but I think it's highly, highly plausible. And the reason why is I believe that consumers, generally speaking, but also gamers as well, are kind of fed up with the current state of all the stuff that they have on their phones, their desktops, and the kinds of video games that they're playing. There are definitely a few good ones that have come out, even in recent history. I believe like Expedition 33 was one that's like highly praised because small developer team and they really honed in on things and whatnot. But I think
a team of 33 people. I think it's literally 33 people.
That's why the name 33, I believe. Yeah, someone can fact check. We could be wrong on that. But
please fact check. I want to know if that's true. I heard it. Please, if you can verify, please do.
I'm almost certain it's less than 50 people. Even if we're wrong about the actual number, I'm almost certain it's less than 50, which is still a crazy achievement for less than 50 people, and they focused in on the game. I actually think there's a huge hunger within just general tech landscape, but in gaming as well, for a solid game that really focuses on technical capability, it's performant, it doesn't have very many bugs, nothing's perfect, right? It's going to have issues, but like it's limited in that sense. It's got amazing gameplay mechanics, stuff that kind of pushes the boundaries of things you thought could be in a game, because we're just so used to the types of mechanics that have come out in recent history with all the interchangeable widget crap where nothing really innovative gets done anymore. Just generally speaking, I think there's actually a huge hunger for it. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I think the ROI might even be bigger than that people would actually pay more, you'd sell more copies. And just like you talked about with like the let's say the residual aspects of that, which is if you drop in some extra things that doesn't necessarily change the game itself, but that adds some extra things that people can do with the core game, like for example the file sharing thing you talked about from the Halo series, something akin to that kind of a mechanic where like, oh yeah, I'll pay $5 for this. Like, heck yeah, because that gives me like an extra way to engage with the game and my friends. Absolutely. The amount of money a person could make if they really freaking focused on a quality game would almost be like unfathomable compared to, it'd be like a multiverse, like, MCU style, like what the hell world are we living in? These two things are nowhere near the same thing. It's a completely different world. So I would say I think it actually needs to be done, and not just for games, by the way, but I'm talking about software in general. But you just need a like chump change of a few $100 million. No problem. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, for most things, you don't need a few $100 million. Like, let's. So obviously, we're talking about like having a world-breaking IP that is like the next Halo kind of thing.
Yeah.
But in the tech industry, by and large, I'll actually throw my own company under the bus here. Like,
Sure.
I joined the company a little bit late, so we now have a React app that I'm not super thrilled with because I wasn't there when the decision to hire the agency who did the thing was made, and like all sorts of shit, right? So we have a React app.
Okay.
It's dog shit. Okay, not a fan
Gee,
of
what a
React.
surprise! Yeah.
It is what it is. But like this is what you get when you pick the thing that you never get fired for picking. So, in a perfect world, if I was there 6 months ago when this decision was made, I would have just said, I'll build the back end in Rust. I'll use probably HTMX or something for the front end.
Yeah.
And I will build the exact equivalent thing, and it will be a better experience.
Yep.
It will run literally on anything. You won't have to run it on Vercel in order to have it not suck.
Yeah.
It'll be cheaper in terms of hosting, lower latency, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And you don't need any additional capital for that. Like we raised $1.5 million. That's a pretty typical seed.
Right.
So, like there's no need to raise significantly more money or anything like that. You totally could do it just with the current level of spend and good decision making.
Right.
And just to tap into something Unholy Diver said, I actually love Towery. So my current app is not a desktop app, but the company I was at right before this was called ShyApply. We did an AI-based like job search thing where it would apply to jobs for you. Economically, completely unviable, by the way. If we want to get into that for funsies, we can. But
Okay.
We built it. It works. It was really cool. We used Towery for that, and it was the best experience ever. Absolutely phenomenal. It worked on macOS. It worked on Linux. It worked on Windows, basically out of the box. All of the features that you would want were basically ready to go, fast, and we got to use Svelte for the front end, which I like. You could have used regular whatever, but I like Svelte a lot. I'm actually quite partial to that particular framework. So yeah, just shout out to Towery. It was great. And the way that you uninstall McAfee is you Google how the fuck do I uninstall McAfee, and you watch the 5-minute long YouTube video where Caffey is hanging out with hookers and doing drugs, and it's fantastic.
Perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. What a perfect way to tie Towery into that. Okay, so I think I like this message here, which is people can do a lot more with a lot less. And so we kind of went a little bit crazy on the what would it take to build like a world-breaking video game, but it's not actually required. And the same thing happens on the web and in software. There's actually a lot farther you can carry something with a lot fewer, let's say, technical baggage, a lot less technical baggage. And you don't have to spend, at the very least, you probably don't have to spend more money than you're spending on the current thing. If anything, you probably can save money.
It's definitely less. Definitely less. If you look at most companies hosting bills today, like they get outlandish. I mean, if you hear the word microservice architecture, you should start having questions about whoever architected this idea.
Yeah.
Because you basically just have a tremendous amount of tech debt building up, and it gets really complicated and really heavy really fast, and you end up having more machines than you actually need. And then some idiot will be like, well, we don't need all these machines. Let's just, do like some bullshit AWS Lambda functions for all this. And then you see the bills for those, and you're like, I wish I wrote that in Rust now. And that's what happens immediately every time.
Right.
And so realistically speaking, what happens is people really want to go fast, and so they pick the framework that they think will let them go really fast.
Right.
And they can shit out a React app really quick. So they pick React. And then they find out that there's all these like edges that they want to refine, and it takes a lot of work in order to do that, or you're going to pay a lot of money to host it on Vercel,
Yeah.
usually,
Yeah.
in order to have nice logs and all the other stuff that you got to pay for.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy, and it gets out of control expensive. So in the quest to go fast, they just blow a ton of money forever for the life of the company. Because once you build a business, if it's at all successful, oh, we spend 20 grand a month on hosting. That sucks, but I guess that's just what our cost is now.
Yep.
And the idea that it didn't have to be that way, like that doesn't cross anybody's mind. But like that's a dev.
Yeah.
Like depending on where you are in the world, that might be your whole dev team.
Yep.
Realistically, like that's expensive.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. We yeah. Anyway, we could talk about that forever, but I have a soapbox to talk about that, so we'll leave that be. I think we need to persuade programmers to at the very least to make a case for better solutions and not by default just reaching for these things because they have to first be able to value judge it. Anyways, I've talked about this a lot, so it's okay. So why don't we talk about then, because we're already touching on this topic, why don't we talk about a little bit about what you're doing now, whatever you're willing to share or can share, but what you're doing now, what you're up to, show yourself a little bit more, so that people get a sense of like where you are in the technical world today.
Well, funny enough, I'm probably the only engineer who is the CMO of a company right now, so that's a lot of fun.
What the heck is a CMO?
The Chief Marketing Officer.
What?
Yeah, so this requires a bit of exposition.
All right, go for it.
As you know, I started off doing the esports and gaming stuff, and then I did consulting, and I did a bunch of tech stuff and whatever. And as a result, I had a lot of connections at game studios and whatever. And I've done a lot of marketing work for them because I knew pro players and influencers, and they were like, you know that guy, can you like get him to work with us? So I started a marketing agency. And the secret sauce of the marketing agency was I built a CRM system that one of a kind, basically had every influencer on the planet in this thing. And with basically one button, you could send them an offer to be like, hey, this is the thing. Here's the deal structure. Here's how this is going to work. Do you want in or out? And so we did campaigns for like Intel and Magic the Gathering Arena. We launched them in like 19 countries and like all sorts of shit. Right. So yeah, because of that experience, I get a combination of weird offers. So I get offers to be like CTO of startups, but I also get offers to be the CMO of startups. And in the crypto company that I mentioned, that it started as an ICO, then we got regulated as a proper iGaming company, which was the intention all along. Like we weren't trying to be an illegal casino; we were trying to be the first legal casino in the crypto space,
which is no small feat, by the way.
No small feat. I mean, this is literally the most regulated company in the history of the planet. Like, it was a crypto company, so you have like we had a token. So this is back when there's a whole bunch of stuff about like, is it a security? Is it not a security and whatever. Mm-hmm. So we did an ICO. We raised like $15 million. Then we turned that into a fully regulated iGaming company based out of the Isle of Man, which is a pretty good jurisdiction for that sort of thing. And then we eventually went public in Canada. Yeah. So that whole sweep of things to make an iGaming casino thing in crypto land and get banked and then get it regulated and like everything is right. It's literally one of the most regulated companies in the history of the world. Unfortunately, after it went public, it went to shit. But it's no longer a public company. It's dead now. But yeah, I got my bags, so we're good with that. Good. But yeah, so I did a lot of stuff like that. I was doing marketing over there as well and a lot of product design stuff. Worked with some interesting people, and that is how I met the people that I work with now, is through kind of my esports and marketing experience. And I sort of got headhunted by the investors of this company. So they had the idea that they wanted to, yeah, lesson learned. Don't do it legally. Do it like everybody else does. We're a bunch of fucking morons, I tell you. But oh, I could tell some stories. I mean, won't do it on stream because all right.
Okay.
It gets sketchy. It gets sketchy fast where there's like probably crimes, but like they weren't meant to be crimes and it wasn't actually any malfeasance. It's just Eric was the bank. Eric was the bank of a crypto company for a while because we couldn't get banking because we were an ICO and doing gambling. So it's like we have all this money, but what do we do with it?
Right.
And how do we pay people? So it's
Right.
like, all right, I guess I'm the like shit like that, right?
Right.
Like this is just what you deal with in nascent industries. But yeah, that turned into me meeting some of the people that I work with today. And what we're doing is a mystery box company. So it's basically Pokemon cards for everything that isn't, well, we're also doing Pokemon cards, but it's Pokemon cards for everything up to and including Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can basically be like, I like designer clothes or sneakers or designer handbags or cars,
Yeah.
and you can open a box and then, you know, you can get a random car basically.
Right.
We're trying to do it differently than everybody else. We don't want it to be an iGaming company. We're not technically regulated as an iGaming company. We have legal opinions saying that we're all in the clear on that. So we're doing it like completely above board and all of this is legit.
Right.
But the long story short of that is we want to create a really cool experience for somebody who, you know, if you're into Taylor Swift and you want to get Taylor Swift tickets, but you actually like, you're trying to buy a t-shirt and get Taylor Swift merch,
Yeah.
but you might also get Taylor Swift tickets.
Yeah. Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
Okay.
So we're trying to make it a lot of fun.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you're
Yeah,
not
and,
just a CMO though.
I do a little bit of everything at this point.
Right.
We have a good CTO on board now, so I don't have to do all the technical stuff, which is great. But I will help out with whatever. Yeah. So
Got it.
And I have to give a shout out to our investors. So we're backed by Play VC. Play VC's great group of guys. Anton over there is an absolute legend. He shows up to every single. We have meetings with our investors literally every week.
Yeah.
Which is basically unheard of. That's not a common thing.
Yeah.
But they show up every week to talk about the business, to hear what's going on, to offer as much support as possible. So Play VC, they've been great to us, and we're also backed by MVP founders, and they also show up, not just every week, but every day. They're in our Slack, giving us all sorts of shit. Shout out to those guys as well. They're legendary. I'll be going to a party with them in the middle of July. They have rented out. I don't know. I guess it's going to be a yacht. I don't know if it's going to be a super yacht yet.
Typical.
But it's going to be a yacht, and we're all going to party, and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
And everybody but me is going to get drunk.
Well, meanwhile, while he's talking about his yachts over here, please, if you're willing to spare $5 to help this starving streamer pay for subscriptions to technical papers that I cover on stream, please, even just a few dollars. In the arms of an angel, whatever the hell that song is.
How's this? Let's do it this way. I will gift, like, I don't know, like what's normal, like 10 subs. I'll gift subs to people or whatever for good questions. So if you give good questions, I will just gift shit, and that'll be a good time. And it'll also incentivize some cool stuff from chat. So.
Not necessary.
Sorry, I took over your stream.
I guess you're the captain now.
I'm the captain now. All right, so let's start with the Dr. Professor. What do I think about the frame gen stuff? This is the most dishonest hunk of bullshit I have ever seen, ever. It is dog shit. It is dog shit through and through. NVIDIA should be absolutely ashamed of themselves the way they've marketed this stuff, basically pretending like you are actually going to get, 4090 performance for the amount of money or whatever. Like, no, this is like absolutely just dog shit. Absolutely not. So yeah, that's what I think about that.
Well, there you go.
Next question.
Next question. Yeah. If you guys have questions on any of the different platforms, just shoot the question out. I can see it all. But yeah, feel free.
Just you'll have to feed me anything that's not on Twitch.
Yeah,
no
problem.
I will happily answer questions forever.
Yeah.
Have I ever built a game using CSS 3D? No, I have not.
He asked.
I want.
He asked,
go ahead.
He asked because that's what I'm doing. So I have C.
Cool. Very cool.
Compiled to WebAssembly, vanilla, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, 0 third-party libraries. I'm not even using the standard lib in C, except for maybe like something for string manipulation on debug mode. And then I use, for 3D mode, I turn on CSS 3D and the whole 2D game turns to 3D, like the Octopath Traveler, if you know that one, where like everybody's like kind of popped up as a flat cardboard against it's like that. So that's why he asked. He's a long-time viewer.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't built anything like that. I've wanted to get into like web games and things like that just for fun.
Yeah.
But every time I think about a game that I would like to do, I come back to a couple of game ideas that I've had where I go, it just isn't appropriate for that medium.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like at some point I probably will just do a game that I'm like really passionate about, whether or not I'll have to raise money for it or whatever.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe I'll be rich enough by then. I won't have to raise any money for it,
Maybe,
but
maybe, yeah.
maybe we can all dream.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't played around with that stuff too much.
So there are definitely limitations. I wouldn't recommend it for an extremely serious game. The reason why I'm doing it is because I complain about the state of tech all the time and things like React and whatnot all the time. And I do it because I'm a high school dropout. I'm completely self-taught. And I'm trying to show that if somebody like me can create a 2D game that kind of mimic some of the stuff that used to be on like the Super Nintendo hardware, maybe a little bit more advanced than that, in a browser without any external dependencies, and you could get that far with it and people could play it, and there's like a little bit of multiplayer in it, which I have turned off but I'm going to bring back soon, and all of that, and it could be fast and performant, then we really have very few excuses for the insane way that we build basic websites this day. So it's more of like a, I'm doing it because I need to show that I walk the walk and not just talk the talk and sit here and complain kind of a thing, right? But if you're going to do it like a serious game, yeah, maybe not the best, browser based, the way I'm doing it might be a bit too crazy for most people, right? For most games, I would say. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. More questions.
Yeah, we need more questions, guys. This
Yeah.
is getting slow.
Yeah.
Hit me with some shit so I can, pay Spiro's rent for a minute here.
Again, the money is not required. I do this because I really freaking care. So that's why.
That's why I want to support it as well.
I
Because
appreciate
there's not
it, man.
too many people, there's not too many people that like actually fight the good fight here. So,
I
support
appreciate
what I can, and maybe if I'm really good to you and I feed you enough dollars, you'll let me come back on and yap at your community some more, and that'll be fun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Elko, thank you for the sub just now. I really appreciate that. That's one sub gift out. I don't know why the thing at the bottom, Streamlabs, I guess isn't updating properly, but I'll make sure to update it. And I just want to be clear, if you decide to financially support me, which again, I really want to be really freaking clear here. I am genuinely here. I started streaming this. I talk to people like Eric here because I am a high school dropout and I used to live on the streets. I used to live in my car. I used to work in construction for free. I used to do construction and then work for free to get experience. This programming is such a huge passion for me, and it's given me a career that I now get to have a wife and kid and have a nice family and live in a reasonably man, things could be a lot worse for me. This industry has given me a lot. I have a lot to be grateful for, and I really fucking care. Like, I really care about seeing this industry go in a good way. And I'm genuinely scared that things are headed in a bad way. I'm scared for my future. I'm scared for my kids' future because software impacts so much of our lives, and we seem to just be dog shitting it. Just continually dog shitting it. And that's why I do the daily tech news streams, because I cover articles like how the enshittification of the entire internet, the entire tech industry, just entirely, literally causes people to lose their life in some cases. It has that kind of an impact. It's extremely powerful. So while I appreciate the financial support, it means a lot to me, and I want to use that to continue to pay to continue doing this. I'm actually here because I really care. That's why I'm here. And I hope that you guys care as much as I do. And I think that if I had it my way, first of all, I wouldn't even need to be streaming. And second of all, hopefully, if all of us can persuade enough other people out there that we can do better, then we can all make more money. And then I don't have to rely on, parting people with like hard-earned $5, which, trust me, I know how hard it can be to part with $5. It's not an exaggeration. I mean that. It can be a life-changing thing for a single day to have $5 or not have $5. So I really appreciate all the financial support. but I'm here because I really care. So there you go. I think there's some questions in chat, by the way, so you can.
Yeah, we got some. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I appreciate it.
Doing what you got to do. All right, we'll start from the top.
Sure.
What unoptimized method in a game have you observed that frustrated you the most? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Shit, dude. Like, you can't even call some of this stuff methods. It's like, we didn't bother to compress the assets that we loaded in, so we just, you ran out of memory in shit because we didn't even bother to try to compress the assets, and we just jammed it in there. Like, stuff like that happens all the time for no good reason. There's a million things where, like, there's just no care given whatsoever. They just do the naive approach to a thing. There's not like one example where I can point and be like, that's the one, that's the one everybody will know. Because like, it's not visible to you. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts problem.
Right.
It's like if the graphics rendering is done really shittily, like, okay, now you just get bad frame rates. But you don't necessarily know that it's because like there's a million things wrong with the way that they're doing the graphics rendering. Like, and it could literally be doing stuff out of order, so you end up having to do a re-render cycle of certain things, and like just all sorts of dumb shit. Like, there's a million and one things that it could possibly be. So that's that one.
Okay.
Next one, Ghost Magic asks, what do you think about generative AI in gaming for graphics? Do you think companies will adopt it, and will gamers accept it? Generative AI for graphics is completely worthless. There's basically no reason to do it, because you can use generative AI to generate the level in front of the player and give them options to do stuff, and like create a never-ending forest that they could walk through, or a never-ending hole to dig down. And there's a million cool things that you can do. And for most of it, you don't even need AI to do some stuff. Like, you implement a brand new, totally never before seen character that talks to you and has different dialogue and stuff. You could use AI for that. Like, you can imagine the Darth Vader thing from Fortnite that everybody was memeing about, right?
Yeah.
Like, you could do stuff like that. It's really cool. You can do that. But for a lot of the stuff, like generative stuff, you don't need AI to do generative map making. That's been around for a long time. So I don't think gamers would accept it, because it's like, why would I want to play Minecraft at 5 frames per second? And, 50 years from now, maybe when we're running like GTX 12,000 and 90s or whatever, then sure, like this will not be a problem. But for right now, it's a problem, and that just isn't going to be a thing for a really long time. Using the generative capabilities of AI to help you generate a level, totally viable, especially for like natural environments. You want to create a mountain that you can scale in a game, or for whatever, like totally. Yeah. Like, there's no reason that somebody should sit there and place every single tree. And to be fair, they don't do that now. They have giant paintbrushes that give you a bunch of generative stuff, and then you can tweak it. And like, it's not, we're not that far off from using generative AI at this point to just spit out giant maps of stuff.
Right.
So that's pretty cool already.
Right.
Unholy Diver says he's talking about DNS and Cloudflare versus Vercel. I like Cloudflare more than Vercel, but Vercel, the makers of Next.js, because of the architectural decisions that they have made for their own stuff, and because they build Next.js for their own stuff, historically there've been a lot of problems running Next on anything but Vercel's platform. So it could be any number of things. It might break when they go to the next version. Some stuff is fixed now, some stuff isn't. That's why OpenNext and SST and all these other toolings exist, is because it needs to exist, because Vercel does this. And it really sucks. It's not great for that ecosystem. Life is tough. All right, let's see what else we got here. Directing the tech industry toward better standards. If the U.S. government got involved and mandated that any contracts with them must be done in an ANSI certified language. The government getting involved in everything fucks up everything. So there's no winning here. Yeah, there's no winning here. Like, you can't. If I were whispering into Donald Trump's ear, the one thing that I would probably say is we probably just need to fire all of the big 4 firms in general, just completely, because they can't write code to save their lives. I don't know if you've ever seen code written by any of these like large consulting companies, but it's not great. Yeah, it's not great.
Nope.
there's a reason that there are data leaks, and these guys are a big part of that reason.
Yep.
So I would probably go the other way. I would say, please just fire all the retards that exist, and let's start there, and then let's let the market figure it out.
Yep.
I mean, the market has already sort of decided. Like, a lot of stuff is going the way of Rust at this point for like all of the really critical behind the scenes systems. Like, that's just the trend, because nobody wants, your memory fuck up and your double free to now expose, PII to the consumer, like to some black market shithole, right? And as history has shown us, no matter how good your C devs are, they're not perfect. They're going to make mistakes, and there's no amount of testing you can throw at it that's going to, cover every possible scenario. So that is basically the market trend. You see this. There's a lot of Rust at AWS. There's a lot of Rust at Azure. There's a lot of Rust now going into. Some of it is actually getting into the Linux kernel now, which is great. Right. So yeah, it's just going that direction already. So the market has decided that lawsuits suck and that Rust is great, and we will see whether that pans out or not. That's not to say Rust is a perfect language. I know I shill it quite a bit just for the meme, but it does have drawbacks. But
I would say,
compared to, yeah, go ahead.
I would say that if you look at curl, which uses C, the curl team has 0 vulnerabilities, and they have a huge amount of testing. However, the effort level for them to do that it's been over, well, it hasn't been easy. Let's put it that way. They've had to put in.
It's been decades.
Yeah,
it's been decades of build up for curl, and
right.
Like curl is a relatively small utility.
No, it absolutely is. I guess what I'm saying, I'm just trying to point to that as like it is possible, and I take a more extreme stance on purpose. And my extreme stance is that we should have more programmers in the industry who want to target the kinds of output that the curl team does with C, and that I think we could have more of that than less of that. I don't think curl has to be a small portion of the C world that can achieve those kinds of goals, but we need to get programmers to understand that that is actually quite achievable. We have lots of smart people in the industry who could pull this off, more so than not. I understand why Rust, and now the more reasonable take is I understand why Rust exists and nothing's perfect, and Rust solves a few of those problems that you're not going to be able to solve in all cases. I get it, right? But my extreme stance is because we've gone too far in the direction of we don't have any programmers who can even hope, who can even have a dream to do what curl does. Curl is like some unicorn, and my extreme stance is to get people talking about the fact that it does not have to be a unicorn, that we can generally do better. But I understand why Rust is here. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess I'll close this. Like, I don't want to turn it into a Rust only things. We have a lot of game oriented questions in the chat.
Yeah.
What I would say is that Rust solves a lot of these problems very cheaply. And this is the main thing that you have to consider is like the amount of effort that went into making curl the unicorn that it is. And it is a unicorn.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
It really is.
It is.
A unicorn.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The amount of effort that went into that is certifiably insane. And the only reason that amount of effort went in is because they had tremendous sponsorship over a very long period of time and very dedicated developers. So Rust sort of solves a lot of that by just making it less likely that you'll throw vulnerabilities in the first place. Right. And so you don't need as much investment to get to the same level of security. So that is what I would say Rust is good at. The complexity level is higher. That's a downside. Reading Rust definitely requires a bit of an extra learning curve. If you're doing async Rust, it's basically a second language. Like, there's extra shit there too.
Yeah.
Like, there are things about Rust that are not ideal, but because of it's essentially a giant static analysis tool for C code. Right. That if you think of it like that, and you just go Rust is C, but with tons of static analysis that prevents dog shit, then you kind of get to this point where you're like, oh, okay, like this is the tooling I wish I had in C. And now I don't have to think about it so much. And I know I'm not going to have double freeze. And I know I'm not going to overwrite my RAM. And I know I'm not going to cause data corruption and like all these things that are totally easy to do in C if you're just, 3 a.m. too many coffees deep kind of thing. So off my soapbox for Rust. I will go back to the regularly scheduled programming.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Rust is an interesting topic, and we can go into it sometime in more detail.
I
If
would
you want
love
as
to.
well.
I would love to. I've been doing a deep dive into Rust. I've been trying to figure out ways that I can break Rust. I've been looking into fragmented memory allocation aspects of Rust, which does happen in some cases, but it happens. They're very specific cases. I've been trying to compare it to like things that you can do in C that are completely valid programs that the borrow checker, for example, would say is completely invalid in Rust. And so then you have to drop in a unsafe in C. What does that look like? Why? What are the benefits, etc. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, which is like you just went into you just kind of described what I hope more programmers can do, which is value judge the pros and cons. A lot of programmers don't even know how to value judge the pros and cons of anything that they're doing, especially when it comes to a more like logically based argument. Most programmers just go off vibes and feelings and developer experience and how it makes them feel. And I felt good when I did, etc., etc. But we
Yeah.
live in a purely logical paradigm. Your hardware is nothing but logic. That's what we should be focused on. And that I hope more programmers take away that this is exactly what I want to see more of, that kind of value judgment that you just went through.
Yeah, I think it's actually okay. How's this? We'll do a bunch of questions
Okay.
to get through because
Yeah.
I know that there's a
Yeah,
shitload
go for it.
probably piling up. But then we can come back to the sort of value judgment and why programmers can't do value judgment. So remember that question, and we'll come back to that one.
You're the captain again.
All right, fantastic. All right, Chickbot 2K. I've heard that game sizes have grown because of asset sizes, which is done intentionally to deter piracy. Is there any credence to this, or is this just bad practice? This is just bad practice. There's no intentionality to this. I wish I could tell you that there was like some genius in a back room who's like, people won't pirate games if they're big, but like, nah, like people are going to pirate the game anyway. That doesn't matter. What really is happening is they're like putting ridiculous textures into games that don't need to be what they are. They're not hiding assets that a player can never see. They're not deleting elements of maps that are completely invisible. And there's just so much garbage where there's just no craftsmanship or attention being paid to it whatsoever. That's the problem. Like, not every game needs to be, I'll go back to Halo 3. Halo 3 fit on one CD, one nice little HD DVD disc.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
I bear that in mind. HD DVD, I think it was like 36 gigs was the limit of that tech at the time. That was the physical limit of the media. And nowadays you have games that are like, let's do 500 gigs just
Easy.
to see what happens.
Yeah.
Just to make sure, Timmy's 500 gig hard drive is completely full and he'll never play a different game.
Yeah.
And I promise, like, I know I made it sound malicious there. It's not on purpose. It's just incompetence, like top to bottom.
Right.
And Unholy Diver says bad frames just could be insane poly counts too. Yes, it's everything that I just described. They have assets that they have never gone through and said, let's just make this not ridiculous. And they've also just not deleted assets that are never going to be interacted with. There's a lot of that. ANSI certified languages, but tech industry basically has no real standards. Tech industry not having standards is actually a good thing. You want there to be no standard for the most part because you want people to explore and to find new ways of doing things and new ways of solving problems.
Yeah.
So if you enforce a standard, you actually enforce stagnation.
Right.
And that's not great. But it would kind of be cool if in the case of like PII or whatever, or like extraordinarily sensitive data, if the government said it's like, going back to the Rust thing, if the government said it's Rust only for our missile guidance system,
Right.
that would probably be perfectly fine, and everybody would probably be very happy with that.
Right.
That's not going to happen. Raytheon is not going. Like, there are some people at Raytheon that I know that do shill Rust, and I love those boys. But Raytheon is not going to start writing every line of code in Rust next year.
Right.
That would be super cool, but it's not going to happen. So, it is what it is.
Right.
All right. It's amazing how performant Minecraft is being in Java. Java's actually not that bad. Realistically speaking, it's kind of fine. It's, it's not Rust, just to throw that back in there. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going back to the Vercel thing, 100%.
That's because so Mulroy in chat, if you see Mulroy, he works at Vercel. Um, Mulroy and I have clashed before. I want to be completely clear. I have great respect for Mulroy. He's one of the few people that stands out as someone I wouldn't bucket under the your typical programmer who goes through the typical motions. So when he and I clash, I treat him with a lot more kind of like that background of like I respect what this guy does. He's not your typical guy, you know, like that kind of a thing. But he does work at Vercel, so he does have a ding against him. Okay, he's got that ding on the scoreboard. Sorry, Mulroy, but you got a ding. Okay, and I know he follows and he watches once in a while, and I appreciate it. How you doing, Mulroy? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, so even though we've
I'll
had
try not
heated
to hold it against
exchanges,
them. Yeah.
yeah, we've had heated exchanges, but I think it's good though, because one of the things that Mulroy will do that a lot of other programmers will not do is actually come at me and be like, Sparrow, you're stupid, and here's why. And I actually want people to do that because I want the arguments to be made. That's why I take the extreme stances. These are not the kinds of arguments that I try and make have to be. It's my own narrow niche of things. They have to be logically based, as much as possible, logical arguments, and they have to be kind of on the extreme stance so that the engagement happens and people have the argument and people can hear both sides. I mean, you've never actually called me stupid, Mulroy. It's true. At least not that I can recall, all right? I'll give you that one. But
He
still,
said it at his keyboard, but he didn't type in the words.
that's right. It was typed into a draft. There's a draft message somewhere where you didn't hit enter. It's there. I know it's there. Yeah. So yeah, that's
sure.
kind of why the Vercel Cloudflare talk is happening there.
No, it's all good. I like to let people know that Vercel is not the end all be all if you're trying to host Next apps, because I have historically run into issues over the last several years, and I advise clients not to build their stuff in Next.js for that reason, especially if they want portability.
Right.
Sorry, Mulroy. I know I'm fucking with your bag right now, but like, you know, like that, it is what it is. You'll forgive me. I'll buy you a beer if I ever meet you. Favorite distro. So this changes for me fairly regularly. I started out as an Ubuntu boy, like basically 2 decades ago. Somebody suggested when I was having issues with malware because I was downloading shit on LimeWire and FrostWire, as I mentioned 2 hours ago.
Yep.
Somebody suggested that I might dual boot my system with a Linux distro so that I might be able to use my computer when I have these issues. And I was like, this sounds like a great idea. And that's how I learned about Linux for the most part. Right. So back then it was Debian and Ubuntu that I kind of like got started with. I didn't know that there was a ton of other distros, to be totally honest with you. I wasn't like that into it.
Yeah.
Later, I discovered that there's this cool thing called Arch, and I was like, this is even nerdier, and I appreciate that. And then I used Arch for, God, almost the rest of the time. I daily drive Arch for all my development stuff. I'm on Windows because we're doing a video call, and I wasn't sure about the drivers and stuff like that. But you know, I daily drive Arch for all my work stuff, and it's pretty great. I have no issues. For the last couple of years, NixOS has caught my attention. I would say about like 7, 8 years ago, I want to say. It's been quite a while. But the problem that I have with Nix is that, one, the documentation is like straight out of a dog's asshole kind of shit. It's real bad.
Yeah.
It's actually unusably bad. Like I'm making it sound better than it is. It's unusably bad.
Yeah.
To the point where for the last 8 years, if you wanted to actually run it for anything serious, like you were kind of just on your own, and there was no really strong value proposition to be had there. It's getting a lot better. The resources have been written. There's a lot of stuff that's out there now. There are now 2 places where you can find Nix docs. One of them is completely out of date and dog shit, and the other is like fine and mostly up to date.
Yeah.
And I think Nix flakes are finally stable now. So there is something to look forward to in that space.
Okay.
So yeah, those are my distro thoughts. I have Linux Mint Debian Edition running on my mom's computer.
Yeah.
So my mom is a Linux user in her 70s. So, yep.
Awesome.
And I did that to stop Patel from calling my mom and saying that he is, he's from Microsoft. So
Yeah.
that happened a few times. My mom actually did get scammed a few times. So
Ooh.
as a result, I was like, yeah, I gotta put an end to this because my bank account can't handle that. So
Yeah.
so yeah, had to bail out mom. But yeah,
Fighting
I'm
the
I'm
good fight.
basically an arch fanboy for now.
That's awesome. Yeah, Mint is good. I
Yeah.
like Mint. Arc, whatever. Yeah, I've looked at Nix a little bit. Don't know much about it, but I will look at it again. Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth being aware of and following along with if you are at all into the Linux world because
Yeah.
reproducible builds are the future. It's just a question of like when that future arrives and what the tooling looks like.
Right.
Nix is probably not going to be the form that it takes because Nix is like this unwieldy thing where it has its own programming language and a bunch of other bullshit to configure it. So that sucks.
Yeah.
But there will be an Ubuntu type thing that you have like that kind of idiot proof experience, but it has the back end is the reproducible builds and all the goodness. So we'll get there.
Right.
Time marches on. It's kind of slow.
Yeah. Tell me.
Thoughts on Rust being jammed in as a way to get around GPL licenses? I'm not convinced that that is actually the full motivation. There are a lot of things that have CVEs attached to them that are like basically intractable problems where it's very hard to find a way to fix the issue. So I'm not convinced that that is the entire motivation. I'm also not convinced that it's not. So if that's what they're doing, that is highly unethical, in my opinion, to just rewrite it so that you can sell it and make no performative changes to the thing to actually have it behave better. Because a lot of the stuff kind of sucks. Like, let's be honest. Like a lot of the standard Linux CLI tools that everybody uses every day with all the feature flags, tar, XC, the whole fucking alphabet, and then you get a thing. Like that all kind of sucks. It could be made a lot nicer. And the fact that, this is being rewritten in Rust is an opportunity to do that. So if they are just rewriting it and not taking those opportunities,
Questionable.
that's kind of ass.
Yeah.
It's very questionable. I would border on saying it's like definitively unethical.
Right.
If they are having that go on in behind the scenes. So let's see. Next question. Rust feels intimidating. Its type system seems like bike sheddy, and the borrow checker kills my enjoyment. I mean, yeah, join the club, dog. It sucks. Shit, dude. Like, yeah. Yeah, man. Like, it's like that for a while. And then it's not like that once you get it down. Like, it definitely feels pretty... It feels like the compiler is screaming at you for the first little while. And then eventually you go, okay, the compiler's not screaming at me. What's actually happening is I am not fully aware of the decisions that I'm making. So I have a buddy that I taught Python a while back. And then he's, done some Rust stuff since. And of course, like his experience is like, wow, the compiler's just screaming at me all the time because he's used to being able to just do whatever, even though it's really dangerous. And if you were to do it wrong, you would make your program not work correctly for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And that's just part of the learning experience of Rust. Realistically speaking, if you look at the curve of like what the languages demand of you, like the skill, whatever, the growth curve or whatever you want to define it as, or however you want to think about it. C it's this really small, really easy language, and you can just kind of get going and everything's great. And then you get a really big program like the Linux kernel, and there's a trillion CVEs, and it's an intractable problem. You cannot figure it out. You do not know how to solve all these issues, and they are all like this webbed mesh of bullshit where one thing might relate to another thing, and it just becomes impossible to track all of it down. That's where Rust helps you a lot. And that's where this bike sheddy type system helps you a lot. And that's where all the borrow checker and all of that saves your ass.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're getting.
Yeah.
It sucks up front and then it helps you down the line.
Right.
C is the other way. It's like very easy to get going and it's a great language. And I think everybody realistically should learn C. It is the lingua franca of the computer and will be for a very, very long time. But the downside is, as complexity grows, so too does the risk of putting a foot gun somewhere or a landmine that you'll step on in the future. Yeah. So why not go with Odin, Jai, or Zig? They just don't do all the things that Rust does. And Odin and Jai, like, they're just like this nascent thing that is like brand new and nobody knows how it's going to work. And Odin is still under heavy development, as is Jai. Jai isn't even going to be the final name of the language, I don't think.
Yeah, I
Like,
don't think
so
so either. I
who
think it's
knows?
like a beta thing, kind of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a beta brand that they stuck on it.
Yeah.
Zig is really cool if you need C interoperability. Like that's like the only thing that Zig really has going for it. I mean, comp time is cool, I guess, as well, but it doesn't give you much more than C. It's like if you were trying to write C and you wanted some slightly more modern tooling, but again, it's a language that's still in its nascent early phase. It's
Yeah.
changing a lot and has a very opinionated, development team behind it. So there's that. I mean, that's why I wouldn't go with those. Rust has been around for 10 years and it's heavily adopted in industry at this point. So like momentum actually is a thing. And as a developer, like if you want to get hired and make a lot of money and become a millionaire and all this shit, you just have to accept the market conditions where they are.
Yeah. It's
Like
true.
if you want,
Yeah.
if you like, yeah, like
I
you
say
can
this
hate
about
it all you
React
want.
too, like because people go, well, if you're not going to, use a framework or a library, what would you do? And I said, well, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a job to get paid, unfortunately, you got to go with React because that's where everybody is on the front end, right? Or generally
100%.
speaking, right? But if you want to understand what the hell you're doing, then you kind of have to step away from that and look at something else.
Yeah, exactly. Like I tell most people that if I just wanted a job, I would go write React for a living.
Yeah.
If I wanted to like have the absolute fastest development cycle possible, I would use Svelte. And if
Yeah.
I wanted to build the thing to be as good as I could possibly build it, I would probably use HTMX.
Yeah.
And that would be like the breakdown of the tooling that I would use and why.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. People who like Rust really like Rust.
Yeah.
Yeah, they also use tail butt plugs, but I mean,
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's true. Yeah.
I like communities become weird. It's like Xbox versus PlayStation. Like people get really animated about it. You should just ignore all of that. Just evaluate things on the technical merits and the industry merits
Yeah.
of the thing, and that just let that be the thing.
Yeah.
All right, let's trying to scroll. Arch is nerdy for sure. If you think Arch is bad, try NixOS. I'm telling you, like it's a next level. It's a next level experience. Also an Ubuntu turned Arch user, by the way. Like, welcome to the team, dude.
Yeah.
We're happy to have
Let's
you.
go. Yeah.
Arguing from extremes causes the binary search to uncover more along the path to equilibrium. I actually fundamentally disagree with this. This is the American legal system in a nutshell. And I think that it is horribly inefficient. It is not binary search. It is like blunt force compromise at some point, or just walk away. Like that's what political debates are. But yeah, arguing from extremes is really important in some cases, especially if you want to like take an argument to its logical conclusion and see like if you believe X, what are all of the logical conclusions of that belief? And do you still believe X after you have walked through all of those logical conclusions?
Yeah.
If not, walk away from X and figure out what Y is and then like reevaluate your process.
Yeah. That's right.
Shout out to Mulroy talking about portability. I'm glad that it's on y'all's radar. Like genuinely, like I know you're not here anymore because you just bounced, but like I'm genuinely glad to see that because it's one of the big things that I would say should stop people from using Vercel in general is that particular flaw. But
yeah,
I'm glad it's on their radar and they're trying to change it. Arch has been super stable for me. Just don't upgrade it. I upgrade Arch every time I feel like I sit down at my computer. So shit, man, I keep my stuff completely up to date and I've never had a problem in like, I don't know, like more than a decade.
It might also depend
fair,
what you're running on
go
it,
ahead.
perhaps. Like maybe there are certain things that you might be running that might be a little bit unstable. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely depends what you're running. Yeah, like to be fair though, like I run like kind of some ridiculous shit too. Like I'll switch out my kernel every now and again for a laugh. Also,
Just to
I do
feel
a lot
something.
of gaming on Arch. just to feel alive
Yeah.
again. Just
When you're done at the yacht and you're like, what is life anymore? I easy mode in
yeah,
life. I gotta
exactly.
switch out the kernel to feel something.
Yeah, exactly. But like I game on Arch,
Ah,
right?
there you
So
go.
that's like
Yeah.
Wine and Lutris and all that stuff. Like there's a lot of games that run great on Arch. The Finals is a first person shooter.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Embark Studios. They do a lot of Rust contribution, but I'd like to
Nice.
point out that their game runs great in Linux. It is platinum on Lutris. So
No, damn. Okay,
yeah,
that's good.
yeah,
That's good.
it runs better on Linux than it does on Windows, and it's not close. You'll get more frames on Linux. It will like less hiccups, everything. It's just a better experience top to
That
bottom.
that that surprises me, but it also doesn't surprise me considering the state of Windows. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Chickbot says I like Nix as an idea, but the moderation team's got to go. They're insane. This is a lot of the open source community. They have how can I put this gently? Uh, they have some kind of degenerative prion disease that has
Uh-huh.
rendered them all retarded, and the only part of their brain that still functions is one half of their prefrontal cortex, so that lets them write the code that they write, and
Mhm.
then the rest of the logic center that deals with like, is the news telling me the truth, has like that's gone.
Yes.
So
That was an
that
extremely medically specific way to describe that situation. That actually makes me feel like it's more true simply because you use those terms. You really thought about this.
uh, top dome. I
Top
didn't give it
dope. Yeah,
any
exactly.
thought.
Yeah.
uh, All right, what do I think about an ARM SoC that's on a PCIe card and interfaces with the PC through PCIe 4X Thunderbolt Direct Network? Okay, so ignoring ARM and all of that stuff, it doesn't really matter. I think the idea of, taking multiple computers and networking them through PCIe is actually just an underexplored idea. And I'll give you some examples.
Okay.
So I was talking to Intel years ago, and this product never came to light, but they built a streaming PC. They were partnered up with Streamlabs. They built a streaming PC, and the idea was they were going to sell this to a bunch of live streamers, and they were going to make a lot of money, and that was never going to happen. And I gave them my expertise, and they
Yeah.
didn't do that. I probably saved Intel $100 million in that little conversation that we had.
Okay.
You're
Now
welcome,
we
Intel.
know why you go to the yachts and I don't.
That's why I go to the
That's
yachts.
right. Yeah.
So that was the whole thing. However, if you took that same principle and you said I could just plug like a whole computer into my little PCIe slot, and I could have that be my streaming PC, and the hardware was designed in such a way that that was like considered as a thought where you have enough PCIe bandwidth and like all this shit and like enough power and whatever. That would be a totally viable way to solve some of these problems. To say, okay, I just want to add more compute to my thing so that I can do this other activity. Boom, more compute goes in. That's totally viable. That's great. There's graphics cards that you can run over USB now.
Yeah.
Like that's actually a thing. So like this is totally doable and viable. It's just a matter of people haven't figured out like, is it a use case people care about? Is it
Right.
something worth building in and supporting? But it's doable. So absolutely.
Cool. Cool.
Never got into the Kubernetes Docker thing. Uh yeah, I mean, yeah, it's overhyped. It really is. Like Docker is great, Kubernetes is great for the very small set of applications that it's great for. But people overuse it and they say that it's really easy, but like if you try to self-host a web blog using Docker and a bunch of other stuff, and then your SSL certificate doesn't get refreshed because that didn't come through correctly for some
Yeah.
fucked up reason. This is why I took my blog down, by the way. Like I had one issue with my SSL cert, and I'm just like,
Nope. Never
fuck
again.
this.
Yeah.
It's like why am I even bothering with this? I get paid too much. I'm not writing a blog, and I gave up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm not a hater of Rust, but I'm not an enthusiast much anymore. It's more complicated than C++, and you have to be an expert C++ dev to understand that. I think that's fair. You kind of have to really understand C and C++ to understand what Rust actually gives you. If you haven't built that expertise, it just seems really hard for no reason, and you don't really understand why.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a fair take. The build system and package management for Rust is way better. I just feel like there is more mental overhead than C++. Okay, so there's two thoughts there. The first is the building and the package management, basically cargo. Basically, thought one is
Yeah.
cargo. Cargo is the gold standard. There's nothing, if you're going to use a package manager, which maybe you shouldn't,
Hmm.
as an idea,
Yeah.
maybe you should consider not doing that.
Maybe
but
you
if you're going
shouldn't.
to use a
Yep.
package, but if you're going to, cargo is the gold standard. It is the best one. It is not close. Now, the overhead question is, it goes back to what I was saying before. It's like, where do you want the struggle to be? Do you want to start out relatively easy and then it gets really hard when it's a, tens of millions of lines thing that you have to maintain that does everything under the sun, like Ollie, the Linux kernel type thing? Or do you want to start out, it's really hard, but a lot of those potential issues go away later? It really just comes down to like what you're building, why you're building it, who you're building it for, and you have to make an educated decision at the time on that. There's no like Rust is better than C++. Like that's not a thing. Rust is better for X and C++ might be better for Y, and that's how that works.
Right.
And you should not listen to anybody that tries to tell you that one is just like always better than the other.
Right.
Let's see. Is anyone hiring a NixOS plus Rust nerd? NixOS nerds, yes, you'll get paid. If you're a DevOps dude, get senior, get $500,000 a year. Go for it, dog. World's your oyster. Go for it. The combination of Nix plus Rust, nobody gives a shit. You're gonna have a DevOps title, or you're gonna be a senior engineer at some point. And there is no junior Rust engineer. That job doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You're gonna be a senior Rust engineer,
Yeah.
and that's your life. So pick a lane, have fun. There are jobs. There's not that many because it's relatively senior stuff,
Right.
but it's out there.
Right.
Arch with Hyperland, a game on it with an NVIDIA driver. It's supposed to be unstable, but it works great. Yep, same experience. I've got a 4090 in this thing. Runs totally fine with all the stuff that I mentioned on Arch. It's great.
Yeah.
No complaints. Runs better than Windows.
Yep.
Mostly rolling release. TNF is amazing. Glorious Eggroll works for Red Hat. Yep, true. Streaming PC is a neat idea.
Mm-hmm.
I wish more people thought like you, because then we'd have shit like this. But unfortunately, a lot of ideas come out of boardrooms.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Cool. All right, I think I disagree. Understand what Rust offers because I hated C++ at first and recognized the problems. Doesn't require C++ expertise to see the correct direction. I am not sure that I understand what you are disagreeing with me about. But
Me
if you want to clarify, I will happily dive in with you. But yeah, what was the question?
Yes.
The question was, let me try to remember. The question was, why is it that everybody's a retard?
Basically, yeah.
The answer to this question is actually very simple. And the thing that you have to understand is that about 20-ish years ago, computer science became a really good career to have, and people got pushed into it for economic reasons, and that like trend really took off. Or there's fluoride in the water.
There's
as we've just been
fluoride in
told.
the water, yeah.
Both perfectly viable explanations in my view. Yeah. So because of that trend, you went from a world 20 years ago, and this goes back all the way to the discussion we were having 2.5 hours ago with why the skill ceiling seems so much higher now. Like why are the devs so shitty and they're looking up at these old devs like they're gods?
Right.
And the answer is the old devs they cared. They were nerds. They built their computers when they were kids, and they gave a shit about it, and they learned everything they could, and they wanted to be the best that they could possibly be, and they would go on forums, and they would manually type in the stuff that they got in the magazine to build their compiler so they could do their shit. Like, all of those things was what you had to do back then, and they did all that, and they had the fundamentals down because they cared, and they actually were nerds, and they loved the thing that they were doing for a living. Then, when this changed, and now you have a bunch of, like, kids who are told by their parents to go to college, and they're like, well, what pays a lot of money? Computer science seems to be a good thing. Computers are the future. Let's do that.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of people who got into the industry with the idea that they're going to just make a lot of money. They don't care that much. So they show up to work, they learn the thing that they have to learn, they want their life to be as easy as possible, and there's very little curiosity.
Yeah.
The idea of like reinventing a way of doing something is not, it's not at the forefront of their mind.
It's actually even discouraged in some cases.
It's discouraged by management always, and it always has been. The idea of like, let's just do it the way that we know how to do it has always been what management would say.
Yeah.
But now there's no pushback.
Yeah.
The junior who comes in is like, sure, dude, you give me $100,000 a year. Yeah, man. Like whatever you say, dog, I'll type. Like I'm a monkey at the terminal. No problem. And so as a result of that, you have basically lost the old generation. They've retired. So the mentorship of like all the fun curiosities is gone. And the new generation doesn't have the same level of curiosity. And so you need to cultivate another new generation that has the curiosity. But there's very good news. The market is so fucking bad that these people are not going to be able to keep jobs. And it has gotten so competitive that most of them aren't able to get jobs, and they're putting thousands of applications in and they're not getting jobs.
Yeah.
This was the thesis behind me starting Shy Apply, by the way. I was trying to get these idiots jobs. But turns out that's economically unviable.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless of that, because that is going to happen, and it is happening, you're seeing companies who are just like, this doesn't work. We're just done hiring these idiots. What's going on here? So if you show up and you have genuine aptitude, there are jobs for you. Like, that is the case. If you can outcompete these people, you will be able to get hired. And you will be appreciated, and you are not going to be the person that gets laid off when they do their next layoff, every 18 months while they start downsizing their team. You're going to be the guy who's like, that dude fucks.
Right.
He knows what a compiler does.
Yeah.
He wrote one before. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's a whole different experience, and you get treated very differently when that is your life. So all hope is not lost.
Yes.
Real skills are still valuable.
Yes.
AI is going to ruin the world, so that you're going to have a lot of stuff to fix.
Yes.
So
I agree.
Be positive.
I'm going to add to that. I have said this as well, that there is a time coming where all of the stuff that we're experiencing now, even someone like me, I mean, you and I have talked, Eric, behind the scenes about like my efforts to land work, and it's still difficult even for me. Mind you, I self-admittedly, and I mean this in all genuineness, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but also with like a genuine sense, I am an idiot. I'm not like some master programmer or anything. But I really do care, and I work really hard, and I've done I have like a reasonably okay background that should be a little bit like, it should turn on a head and be like, hey, maybe we should consider this person, but it's hard even for me. However, yes, I completely agree with you. There is good news. That good news is that the time will come when people like us, and people like in who are viewing right now, who really, really care and want to do cool stuff, will get the opportunity. And as a matter of fact, I think the opportunities will be more than we can handle. There will be in abundance. But the key thing is, use this time now to prepare for it. Use this time now to use that curiosity, exactly what you're describing, Eric, that curiosity, what the hell is this for? Ask the questions. Why does this exist? What the hell is assembly? What is like an L1 cache in your CPU? What the hell even is that, right? Like, go look this crap up. Even if you pick up a few things, when the time comes, you're going to be right there, and it's going to make your life a lot easier. And there's money to be made. There is absolutely money to be made.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just give some like generic advice, because I see people talk about having not gone to college, and there's an ageist component and whatever. In the games industry in general, I am considered an old man at 33. Like,
I'm 41, so there you go.
like I'll just be honest. I still get work, dog. Like, it's not a problem. The other thing I will say is, I haven't gone to college. I'm more of a dropout than Spiro. Okay, he brags about being a dropout. I hide that shit.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you the truth. I dropped out of high school. Well, I sort of dropped out at 14. My dad got sick when I was 12. Yeah. He died when I was 17. That whole span, I did not do schooling.
Yeah.
Did not do schooling that whole time. I dropped out when I started my business at 17. I did not have my high school diploma. So when I was moving overseas to Europe because my business was taking off, my mom was like, "You got to get your diploma." I got my high school diploma at 19 because I had to make my mom happy, basically. So I went to Pennsylvania Cyber Charter School,
Yeah.
did 4 years of work in about 2 weeks, and then I went over to Umeå, Sweden, and proceeded to. I've literally never laid eyes on my diploma. It got mailed to my mom, and I've never seen it. I've never even been asked for it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Not once. Then I went to college later. They also didn't ask for my high school diploma, by the way. Just throwing this out there.
Yeah.
I went for 2 semesters, realized that everybody around me was like dweebs who were there because their parents made them go,
Right.
and they like this was not the place for me, and I dropped out of there too.
Right.
So I'm a double dropout. All right.
You tried twice, failed twice. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a double dropout. So what I'm saying here is like a lot of the stuff that people think are blockers that are preventing them from becoming successful are not the blockers.
Yeah.
Here's how you get work. Okay. Go to meetups, meet humans who write code for a living at real companies. Talk to them about their job. Listen to the talks that they give at these places. And then afterwards, ask interesting questions and hang out with them for drinks. And you will find that there are plenty of job opportunities out there, and they will hire you over some random person who clicked on the LinkedIn ad. Okay? Yeah. That's the number one easiest thing, is just networking with real people.
Yeah.
That'll make your life way easier. Another great thing that you can do if you really want to get a job is put together an actual personal portfolio of the work that you've done and do a project that seems, I don't know, reasonably complete as an idea, right? Like, don't just build like a to-do app and then expect to be hired. Look at something that is like, that has real business utility. Figure out something that has real business utility, and you can be like, well, I built a CRM system. It does this thing differently because I thought that was relevant to this particular use case that I had invented in your head. It doesn't matter if it's used. Share it on social media. Get a handful of GitHub stars. You can even fucking buy GitHub stars.
You can,
okay?
Yes, yeah.
You can buy them. Get a handful of GitHub stars. Make your GitHub profile look good. And then when you send in your stuff, don't just hit the LinkedIn Easy Apply button. Go and look at their company's profile on LinkedIn, look at the employees, find who works in HR, find who works in the dev teams, and message some developers at that company.
Yeah.
And you say, hey, dog, I'm looking for a job. Your company seems kind of cool. Can you tell me about it? And just talk to these people.
Yeah.
Okay. It is a networking thing right now. That is the meta if you really want to get a job. It is not click the Easy Apply button.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll add one thing here. I agree with everything. I've often given the advice to people who ask, like, what kind of a project should I start working on if I want to like get started or I want to showcase my abilities? And I basically say the same thing. And in particular, what I say, don't do the to-do fizz buzz, like the lifestyle RPG style things where you like, you drop in like, where you put in a number behind everything you do every day. There's a term for that. But anyway, it's the common stuff people go to. Like, forget about that. If you want to do something that you think is going to show off your abilities, pick like a crazy idea that you think would be cool, that keeps you passionate and you have a stake in it. So when you get up in the morning and you need to work on this side project, it's going to keep you in it. So even if it's like, you just have to accept two things. You're never going to finish it, and it's never going to be perfect. That's okay. As long as you have the drive, as long as it gives you that drive to work on it over and over and over again until you get it to a point where you're like, you know what? I'm kind of proud of where it is right now. I want to showcase this as part of my skills. Then that is worth way more than the to-do app or whatever, because you're just doing what everyone else does. And then I show off something that I did where I have a MetaQuest headset, the VR headset here. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be cool if I could build a thing where I could remote desktop all my all my different like laptops and desktop computers, their screens, and control them all by putting on the headset. And then I just use like a WebSocket connection to pull them all in. And then I have like an Iron Man style hollow table, and I push a button and the different screens come up, and I can control everything and type and all of that. And I have videos of it that I can pull up, and I've made shorts of that and everything. But man, that was a huge project that I never finished. It's not perfect, but I got it to the point where I could show it off and talk at length about what I did. And it's one of the things I go to where I'm like, yeah, I did this because I thought it would be freaking cool. There's no application installation. It all runs over the browsers. So you don't need to install anything. You just pop on your headset, open up a browser, open up a URL, etc. And then you just connect all your desktops and you can just control everything like Iron Man style. That's the kind of thing that I encourage people to do, because that showcases more about what you can do. And when people look at something like a project like that, they're going to go, what the hell did you do here? And tell me more about it. And you're going to be able to talk about it. It's just going to ooze out of you. It's going to be really clear that you did something that was interesting to you and you cared about, and you can talk about how you achieved the thing and so on and so forth. These are things that make you stand out instead of just going with what everybody else typically does.
Absolutely true. So, to wit, I would say there are a couple of kinds of projects that you should look at, right? So one is the like web app, the CRM type thing that has business utility that I gave the example of before. Yeah. But other shit is like, I don't know, like I don't work too much in the embedded space, but like I build my own keyboards. And
nice.
I write firmware for stuff, and like, I'll program, little boards to do all sorts of dumb shit that it's not particularly relevant, but like I can do it and I can show it off. Right. And then they go, oh, he did a thing and he can show it off.
Right.
Like those things matter, just being able to show a thing.
Right.
It helps a lot. This room, I don't have it here. This is a very different setup, but I used to have like a server rack behind me where I was running all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And I used to be able to like, look back here at my ridiculous server setup that's like not at all super fucking loud, and that's why it's no longer here. But it used to be I would do stuff like that, and that would be like the prop when I would talk to people about like my technology background. I would just drag a laptop in there and be like, hey, you see all this cool shit that's behind me? It's like, like up here I'm running, like I run Gitty on this, and I have my like own like Git environment because GitHub's ass, and written in Ruby, and a bunch of dipshits did that. Like,
yeah.
Stuff like that is really valuable as a prop. Yeah. Another great example, if you want something that like shows that you have genuine skills, is write a game. It really is like kind of a cheat code. People respect game dev. Like people over-index that game dev is like Mount Olympus for programming. It's kind of like being a kernel dev.
Yeah.
People think that kernel development is like, holy shit, he's a kernel dev. Like, he must be better than Linus Torvalds. God, yeah. It's like it's not that serious, but people perceive it as being super serious. Sure. So if you want to get a job, like it's one of the projects that would be really, really great. Yeah. And like tiny embedded projects, games, whatever it is, all of those will give you a lot of credibility when you're talking to somebody.
Yeah.
And aside from that, just if you're interviewing with a company, look up what they do and look up what they built it with, and just read for 10 minutes, 20 minutes about the stuff that they use, so that you have some idea. And like you'll almost guarantee pass your first round interview that way, because you can be like, like they'll talk about a thing and be like, yeah, so you guys do X in this language or with this tool or with this framework. And, that looks really cool. Why did you choose it? I don't know anything about that. You don't have to lie and pretend to be knowing shit that you don't know. But I don't know anything about that. Why'd you choose that? Like, that's cool. Please tell me more. Yeah. And you will impress the shit out of the people that you're interviewing with if you show curiosity.
Yeah.
Because you've showed that you can build some stuff with your projects, and you show curiosity. And now, like, you're the guy that they like talking to, and everybody likes talking about their own stuff.
Yeah.
So
fully agree.
That is my TED Talk on how to get hired. Do those things.
I agree. Good advice right here. Good advice. Or you can build a kernel or a distro, or an NES on a breadboard computer. You can do any one of those things. Easy stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Easy stuff. You
And
can do that
honestly, like real talk, this isn't even hard. Like I know like some people have this like intimidation factor with trying something new. They've never built a game and they're like making a game probably is really hard. But like I'm telling you, dude, there's this guy on Twitter, Pakuma. He has courses on how to do games. Just do exactly his course and make it look different.
Right.
And there you go. There's a project. All right, like, and you'll learn a lot on the way, and it'll be great.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it is not as hard as a lot of people make it out to be. They get in their own way trying to find work most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if I can make a stupid game on the browser, purposefully restricting myself in absolutely insane ways just to make a point, then there are definitely people who can do a lot more than that and show, a lot more of their skills than the stupid crap I'm doing. And that absolutely helps. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying, which is like people have lost their curiosity in the programming space. They're not as curious as like some of the old school developers were about what they were doing. You take that curiosity, don't just apply it to the code, but apply it to what you're doing when you're looking for a job as well.
Absolutely, 110%. Like being curious is like half the battle.
Yeah.
And most people are losing that battle really badly.
Yeah.
So if you're just curious, you're going to get pretty far.
Yeah.
One more time, I will reiterate, like I will gift 10 subs, but we have to ask good questions. So if there's any more good questions out there, let's do it. Let's get those in here because this has been a great chat and I'm having a lot of fun. And
me too, honestly.
To end yet.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but by all means, anybody on any of the platforms that are watching, ask questions, and regardless of whether gifted subs are sent my way, it doesn't matter. Just ask some questions.
It's happening anyway. All right, just accept it, dog. Like
okay,
Jesus.
I accept. All right, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I really do. I genuinely do. It means a lot to me. Because I when I first started, I didn't even think I was going to make it this far in terms of like viewership and engagement. I thought I was just going to be some idiot who I just really cared and I was going to talk into a soapbox. Nobody was going to care. What really inspires me doing this is how much other people actually care, at least as much as I do, even if they disagree with certain things. I'm like, thank God, there's hope for us. That's what I get out of this. But all the financial support and all the other kinds of support, it means a lot because it means I'm saying something that resonates. So I appreciate that.
It also means that your child eats.
That's true. Yes.
There is like a reality to the world where dollars equals food.
Yes.
And if I want people who are going to, propagate this particular idea that I care very much about, which is you should be good at shit and like learn skills and not be a weenie who just writes React apps all day.
Yeah.
Then I should probably put my money where my mouth is. I make enough of it, so I should spread the love a little bit. So
I appreciate that.
Let's do that.
I appreciate that. It does even just the engage for people who like don't have enough money and would like to support me. I always say there's no need to do that. I'll find my own way. But like at least hit the like button, or the subscribe or whatever, play the algorithm game because then it means more people see me and then I get to talk to more people about the message. Right. So anyway, all this to say, I appreciate all of the support, financial or not. And that's all. Yeah.
All right. I think this is payment processing, but we're going to find out if it's payment processing or not in a second. All right. Change payment method.
Oh, you're
we're going to do this.
Okay.
Hold on. We got to get the credit card out, boys.
No.
More questions in chat.
Yeah, I think there are some. Yeah.
All right.
And just while that's happening, I just want to be clear. Like if you're watching on Kick, if you're watching on X, I see people on X. There's a question. There we go. There's Vibav. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but on YouTube I have Vibav. He has a question. Which you can't see right now, Eric, because you only get to see the Twitch one, but I can bring it up. So Vibab, don't worry, we'll get to it. I can see all of your messages on all the different platforms. please drop questions, input, whatever, and we'll make the best use of the time while we have Eric here, because holy crap. There you go. There you go.
boys.
It worked. 10 subs. Eric,
Party
thank you,
in the
man.
chat, lads. All right. So
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
you are very welcome. You are very welcome. I will proposition you later. You can help me become a super successful streamer like Ninja.
You got it. You got it.
Yeah. So first new question. Where the hell did I stop with this thing? Hold on. All right. Do you think it's worth making paid or free learning materials like courses, books, or text for tech with the rise of AI? I think AI has nothing to do with it. What I would say is making those materials is extremely valuable for showing that you understand the things that you're talking about.
Mhm.
It also shows that you have an aptitude for teaching other people and for documentation.
Yes.
Documentation is an area where almost every big company struggles really bad.
Yeah.
Lots of devs barely like writing code for their job. They definitely don't like writing docs.
Yeah.
So if you're the guy who they can rely on to write good docs and explain things well, then you have a leg up over your competition. Like 110%, that is definitely the case.
Yeah.
Back when I had a blog up, which I haven't for quite a while now, some of my posts about the Rust stuff that I was doing for Supabase and just some open source work that I had done, that got me job offers.
Right.
Like just that. So, it's a thing. Definitely. It's worth doing. If you're like really hunting for a job and life is like super, super hard right now, like throw everything at the wall, pick the thing that is easiest for you to do. Writing 5 blogs about this thing that you understand pretty well is probably like a couple hours of work for you to like put together a list of things you can talk about and like write some notes, and then a couple more hours to write decent posts and explain some stuff. But that demonstrates competence, and that's what you're trying to do to get that job, is to demonstrate competence, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely, making those learning materials is absolutely valuable. And if you're hunting for a job, it's great. And even if you're not hunting for a job, sharing knowledge is also just kind of great in general. It's very helpful. It's helpful networking, meeting people. So 110% good idea.
Yeah.
How would you impress curiosity in the subject? What made me curious? Okay, so that's 2 different questions. The first is just asking questions, and asking questions that demonstrate that you have explored other topics that are related to the thing that you're asking questions about. So if you're trying to get a job as a game dev and they're like there's like, yeah, we use Unreal Engine 6000 or whatever, and you're like, oh, I've done something similar to this with Godot or with Unity. Like, what are the trade-offs? What does Unity do differently than Godot? Or what does, Unreal do differently than this? Why is that what you chose to use? Like, just asking questions that relate to the thing. And, the question always comes up, like, how do you ask good questions? What's the difference between a good question and a bad question? Well, any good question is something that's like specifically relevant to what you're talking about. Like, it can be anything, asking like, what are the trade-offs with this and that? Like, that's a question that I like to ask all the time, because you should be asking that question as an internal employee. You should be asking, why did we do this? Why did we do it this way instead of doing that or doing it that way? You should be asking that. So asking questions like that in the interview demonstrates that you're the guy who's going to be thinking about these questions. You're going to be thinking about the trade-offs. You care about the trade-offs. The technology and the decisions matter to you. So that is how you impress curiosity right there. As far as what makes me curious, I'm just the psycho. I work 80 hours a week and I love what I do, and I've been divorced twice because this is who I am. So, yeah.
It is what
I
it is.
don't really know what to tell you. I started building computers because I wanted to play World of Warcraft at higher frame rates.
Yeah.
And I learned about Linux because I was really tired of, crack.exe cracking my fucking computer.
Yeah.
So some people are just built that way. Some people, maybe you're just not interested in the thing that you're doing, and that's why, you're not having that curiosity. You probably have curiosity. You just have to find the thing that makes you curious.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you control the passion when a JavaScript person says some stupid shit, or when they write questionable native code and insist that it's the best pattern? I'll be honest. I'm not somebody who gets passionate about the dumb shit that other people do at all. I don't care. My point of view is if it's bad, and I'm usually right when I think something's bad,
Uh-huh.
it's gonna get changed at some point.
Right.
Like it's going to need to be rewritten, and then I'm going to present my view of things, and I'm going to rewrite it, and that's just how that's going to go, and it's not that big a deal.
Right.
This is actually much more of an interpersonal problem than it is a technological problem. You just have to accept that other people are going to make bad decisions. Also, you are going to make bad decisions. It's guaranteed at some point that you're going to make bad decisions, and somebody's going to come along and they're going to do something in a way that gets 10x better performance than your thing.
Yep.
And you're going to want to defend your thing as the right way because you had the right ideas and you're smart, and you're going to be wrong, and you're going to have to eat a shit sandwich, and you're going to learn something hopefully from that experience. And that's how that goes. But
Yep.
yeah, I don't get too impassioned anymore. Like maybe 10 years ago I would care a lot. That's like over. I would say get past that as early as you possibly can. It's not benefiting anybody.
Yeah.
There was a question that I missed up here, I think.
I have
somebody
one
asked
on
about
YouTube as well when you're ready.
Yeah, hit me with the YouTube question.
Okay.
Hit me with that one.
So this is from Vibev. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but he asks, I'm learning Python and DSA. I asked ChatGPT for some exercises, such as, please give me some intermediate exercises to drill lists. Is there anything else I can do or learn? The goal is to write an algo trading system since I like that area.
Oh boy. So if you like quant related stuff and automated training for like automated trading platforms and stuff, I have built a few things like this as hobby projects.
Yeah.
One of them was profitable, the other was not. I think I'm up like $500. That's the history of my.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, it was not worth the hourly wage. Let me put it that
Yeah.
way. But what I would say is, like, there's no one approach to it. Like, I don't really know what specific thing you're trying to do better than or whatever. Like, there's a million ways to approach these problems. So it's an interesting thing. I would start by copying other people's work, because a lot of people make trading bots and they
true.
publish the algorithms that they use.
Yeah.
And the easiest way to get really good really fast is not by just running your head into the wall until you get it. It's by finding somebody who gets it and then figuring out what they know. Because it's like the knowledge is right over there, and then you figure it out, and then you can go, oh, now I see. And then you can iterate from there. You can try a bunch of different things, but you have a starting point where you know you're on the right track.
Yeah.
So find the GitHub repo that does the thing that you're trying to do. Dig into that, read a bunch of code. That will probably give you a better answer about whatever it is that you're trying to ask than I can on this stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
I would say that's the best answer I can give you, I think.
That's a good starting point, at least, which also goes hand in hand, by the way, with the curiosity question, which is that when you look at something that exists, ask why it exists. It's very much hand in hand with that, which is you look at something that already exists in the place that you want to look at or that you're interested in, and say, why does this thing exist? Who made it? Why? All of that gives you insight into how you might go and approach the same thing. I would say too, don't over rely on AI to give you the answers you're looking for. It's way better if you exercise your own brain and go look stuff up. It gives you a much broader depth of knowledge, maybe as like kind of a directional pointer. You could use AI and ask some questions and then kind of dig in from there, but don't rely on it too much.
Yeah, agreed.
And Vibeb says thanks.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so what I would say about the AI part of that, the Chat Geppetto kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, if you know nothing about a subject, AI is great for saying, give me like 400 things that are about this subject that I can start to dig into.
Yeah.
And then read those 400 things, because it's going to be able to give you sources and papers and all sorts of stuff, right? Like, if you want to learn about AI, there's great papers to read. Like, Attention Is All You Need is a classic. Like, you can go back to all sorts of really interesting stuff. Textbooks are all you need is another good one. I reference that one all the time.
Yeah.
Like, like there's stuff where you can find the interesting things about that and dig into those, and then that will give you kind of the foundation to start asking better questions.
Yeah.
So the way I would say to use AI is don't use it to give you the answer. Use AI to help you figure out what the right question is, and then you go and seek out the answer to a specific question, because now you've kind of narrowed the focus a lot and you can actually do some cool stuff.
And Vibev says exactly that. He uses it. He says, to be clear, I do not ask AI for answers. I just ask it to give me questions. So perfect.
Perfect. You are on the right track, brother. You're going to do great.
Yeah.
You can actually potentially ask it to give you the GitHub repos.
True.
It's pretty hit or miss. It's not like the most up-to-date thing in the world, but I have found like some 1-star GitHub repos that are relating to certain things that I was looking for, and it has done it for me. So try that. It might give you exactly what you need. It might be a silver bullet.
Yeah.
I remember in the chat about I want to say like 30-ish minutes ago, a green name, I think it was started with an S, I don't recall, asked where the meetups are. They were in San Francisco, but everything was TypeScript related.
Yeah.
I don't know. I cannot search chat. I am too stupid to work Twitch chat.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about. So yeah, what meetups? I'm in SF right now. This is from Spike, and all the meetups I can find are TypeScript ones. I'd love to be more social to offset that lack of availability with intentional exposure.
Okay, so this is potentially a controversial point, but the subject matter of the meetup almost doesn't matter, because that TypeScript company is probably going to care about other things other than just TypeScript. So when you meet the guy at the TypeScript thing and he works at an org where they use tools that are written in 10 different languages, like there's potentially openings for all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
So if you just want to get a job in Rust, like, yeah, the Rust meetups are better, like, of course, but you can still potentially get a Rust job by going to the TypeScript meetup. At the very least, you can get people who would potentially refer you to another job because they're going to know people. And the people who go to meetups regularly, there's a whole circuit for this stuff for every subject. Like there's NeoVim conferences, like all sorts of shit, right? Like all this stuff exists, and the same group of people go to a lot of them because they're in like that developer comms kind of role at whatever company. And so because of that, networking at these meetups allows you to network at many of these meetups, and that is hugely beneficial to you. So if the thing that you can go to is that TypeScript thing, go there, meet people, make friends, have a good time, ask good questions, and then see where that takes you. It might open up a whole lot of other doors.
Yeah, that's good advice. I know there was a question from Louis as well in chat, because we got to that point there. Do you think open source is a good thing?
I do think open source is a good thing, but it's the opposite of what everybody thinks that it is. Everybody in open source has this idea that open source is like the socialism or the communism. It's like the lefty thing because it's open and everybody's like on equal footing.
Yeah.
It ain't. My repo is mine, dog. It's mine. It's a dictatorship in this bitch.
Right.
Like I decide. It's not you, it's me.
Right.
So Linus Torvalds owns Linux.
Right.
Like, don't let anybody kid you. Like, if the guy with his name on the repo is the dude who gets to decide whether your shit gets merged or not. And so you have to understand that there's a tremendous difference between how people perceive open source as this like free and easygoing thing, and the reality, which is like, it's my stuff. I attach a license to it. There are terms in that license, and those terms matter. Like, you can't just rip stuff that doesn't have the right license to it. So yeah, open source is great, like 110%. I think it is a genuine benefit to the world that stuff like Linux exists, and you can just take it and use it and try to do stuff with it and modify it. And the only thing that I say is, like, I think DHH kind of phrased it pretty well when he said it's like, I come bearing gifts. Like that's really what it is. And you have to come bearing gifts as well. But everything is a gift. And a lot of people think that their gift is actually like an investment of some sort. And that's
Right.
not the way this works. If it's my repo, it's mine and it's not yours. And your gift is a gift. And whatever you may or may not get out of it in the future, that is what it is. So if you're going to contribute to open source, do it for a good reason. Do it because you like the thing or you believe in the project and it has
Yeah.
utility to you or whatever. And the one thing that I would say is actually important, and this is like I guess a total tangent, but it's still something I'll say since we're on the topic of open source. If you work at a company and that company uses open source stuff, petition that company to write checks and support the open source projects that they use. I will say, like, I don't work for Supabase. I have their hoodie. They give me money because I have contributed to some of their stuff. They have paid me I'm not going to talk shit on Supabase and say it's like a paltry sum or whatever, because they paid me they paid me like some people would be very happy with it.
Yes.
I make about 10 to 20 times more than what they paid me on an hourly basis for the work that I've done. And I do it because I like that project. I like the people that I've met who are part of that and whatever. But, Supabase is one of few companies that actively goes out and pays somebody like me to write code to support their community. And there's no strings attached. I just write code and they gave me money for it and that was great. Very few companies do that, and more companies should do that, and the world would be a better place if they did. So if you work at a company that does this, be like, hey dog, we use X. Here's the repo. Like, the link is right there.
Yeah.
They make $10 a month in contributions from the one guy who cares about this.
Yeah.
If you made that $1,000 a month, it might be 0.001% of whatever company you work at's budget. It might be literally that insignificant. And it's a fucking tax write-off, dog.
Yep.
Get in there. Like, at least make the argument, because more of that needs to happen. Some of these people are literally going to die. Like, I don't think people realize this. Like, some of this stuff is so old that the people who developed it and maintain it will actually die, and there will be nobody who takes that project over because there's no money in it. Yeah. So,
yes,
that's your thing. Get out there.
And I would say it goes into what I talk about with regards to how much of an impact software, you could say hardware too, but software as well, has on the world. If something stands out to you as important, like actually important, then you should contribute to it, and essentially like not just contribute to it, but like support it in other ways too. It doesn't even have to be financial. It could just be like a shout out, like, hey, you go check out this project or whatever, or go check out a person doing this or whatever that case might be. The reason being that you want people to have that curiosity, you want people to have the support that they need. And I'll add one more thing here. If you're using an open source project, you're probably using many open source projects. You're probably using like a cargo thing, where you're pulling in packages, or like an npm install thing. And a lot of those things rely on external people to help support them. And you're putting your security trust in that package. You're putting your feature trust in that package. Like, you're putting a lot of reliance on that package among many other packages. So if you have something that you really appreciate and that you think does well, I do think that there is even some level of responsibility to ensure that it continues to do well, and in fact does even better, especially if you're someone who depends on it. Like, you kind of need it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, and just to kind of reiterate, we were talking earlier about, Cargo being like the best of all worlds as far as stuff goes. But the dependency tree for almost every project is actually kind of fucking huge.
Yeah,
this is super true in like every single, like NPM definitely has this problem. Cargo definitely has this problem. Like, the dependency graph is
it's huge.
It's just ginormous. So yeah, like, if you're using one thing, you're probably using 100 things, and contribute something to something. Like, like, especially if you have a job and you're getting paid a good salary in this industry, Like it's almost like a moral imperative to give back to other people in your industry that are giving you the tools that have made you able to have this job and that make your company work. But first step is to ask your company to contribute. If they're profiting from it, like at least make that proposition. Right now, nobody makes that proposition internally in companies. It just isn't. Nobody asks the question of their boss, like, "Yo, dog, can we drop $100 a month to like support this thing that we've been using for 5 years?"
It's a
Nobody does it.
self-investment. Like people, you should want
Yeah,
to
it
do
is.
this. It's a self-investment. You just make the thing you're using better, ultimately. In the long run, at least. It might not pay off in the short run, but in the long run, it will.
Yeah, like actually, I'll give you a cheat code. I'll give you guys a cheat code right now, okay? If you use a piece of software and you want it to be supported, you probably have a use case for like your thing.
Right.
And you might even have written some stuff internally to make the thing do the thing that you want it to do.
Yep.
But if you contribute that back and you write that in and you put in the PR and it gets approved, now the maintainers of that thing are probably going to maintain it for you.
Yeah.
And they aren't going to charge you money for it. So you can make a pretty straightforward economic argument for why it would be a great idea for your company to do a one-time investment to get some of this stuff done or pay for some bounties or whatever, because it's going to pay off in the long run. It is a good idea. So yeah, I mean, I'm drilling on this a little bit, but it's a really good idea. Everybody should try to do that. It is the right thing to do. Yeah. Lewis asks, do I think that most open source work should use copyleft licenses or more permissive cuck licenses? Oh, this is such a hard question. You actually, I think you've asked the hardest question of this entire stream so far.
Congratulations.
So like congratulations to you. All right. First of all, I don't think copyleft is the gold standard. Let's start with that, actually. I don't think that's actually all that important. Like having a relatively permissive license is great. It's helpful, but it doesn't really matter all that much. What matters is that stuff is available in open source and people can read it and people can learn from it. Like that's the bare minimum. And then everything over and above that, I think, is just gravy. What sucks really bad, the licenses that I actually hate, is when people claim that they have made free open source software, but they have some sort of dual license bullshit, or they change their license, God forbid.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh my lord, the VTiger did this dog shit. Udo did this dog shit. They even sued a company who used a fork of their shit.
Yeah.
It was called Flectra. They sued them into removing a bunch of financial modules. Like, yeah, this is so, bruh. If any of your companies do this, call your boss a slur immediately. All right, like just do it for me. But yeah, those are the only things that are like genuinely disgusting about the license thing. Everything else is kind of fine. It's mostly just devil in the details type stuff. It just doesn't matter all that much. But there are bad licenses. Copyleft is fine. If you want to just have some sort of like do whatever the fuck you want license, I think that's fine too. That's what I tend to go for. Like MIT is a good one. Everybody seems to like MIT. Nobody complains. So I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
All right. Getting them to pay an open source project that the company doesn't use is very unlikely. Yeah, pick the stuff that you use. Like I guarantee your company's using something. There's no way they're not. Yeah. So like there's definitely going to be something that you can pick out and be like, I can give them something. It's hard enough asking for a raise. Okay. It shouldn't be hard to ask for a raise. Life pro tip, like asking for a raise should be the easiest conversation of your life. You should walk in and be like, I have done X, Y, Z. This is what the market says is like fair compensation for the things that I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know, bump me up, dog. Like, unless you're at the top 1% of the range, and then it's not time to ask for a raise, it's time to ask for a promotion. And that shouldn't be hard either.
Right.
You should walk in and be like, hey man, like I'm doing great work. You know, you compensate me well for the work that I do, and I appreciate that. But like I think it's time for me to take more responsibility. I'm good at what I do. Like let me do more. Like That shouldn't be a hard conversation to have. People get like really intimidated by it. Nobody ever got fired for saying like, "Yo, dog, I do great work. Like, I want to do more good work." Like, nobody's ever gotten fired for that. So unless you act like a complete asshole to your boss and just don't do that, like, you're probably going to be okay. Just go and make a cogent, sane argument for the raise. Be prepared that they might be like, "Nah,
No.
don't take it personally. It's not that big a deal." And by the way, people say that the easiest way to get raises is to actually like jump ship and go to other companies. This is only true because people do not advocate for themselves at the company that they're currently at. People are scared to ask for a raise, and so they go to the other company and they say, "Yo, I'm at X role in this company. I'm looking for a promotion or whatever." But if they went to their current boss, or maybe even their boss's boss, depending on like where you work and what the situation is,
Mm-hmm.
like, they don't want attrition. They want to keep their people.
Typically.
Hiring is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, hiring is hard. Hiring's really expensive. Make the argument. Be smart about it. Don't be a douche, and it'll be fine. Like, the worst thing they can say is no, and that's just how it is.
Yeah.
I actually am a complete asshole. No, I am a complete asshole. I don't know if you have noticed yet, but I tend to be rather blunt. I actually am a complete asshole, and I actually will call people every name under the sun if they are being douchebags at work. So, if I can make it despite my personality flaws,
You surely
so can
make-
you.
Yes, that's right.
Surely you can
Yes.
too.
I'm not a complete asshole, but I am a complete idiot. So there you go. Between the two of us, we've got the gamut covered here.
We've got it all covered. Yeah, funny story. So, I won't give the full context, but one of our investors in one of our meetings recently, he was like 1 minute late to the meeting, and I said, "Yeah, we're gonna dock his pay."
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you can get away with a lot of shit if you just don't be a retard about it, man. Just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's okay to have a personality, and it's okay. Just like, be cool with people, treat them well.
Yeah.
Don't make your boss look like a douche, and he'll probably want to keep you around.
Yeah. That's right. Generally that tends to work, yeah.
What do I do if somebody in the office has clicky keys? Well, I have worked remotely for, what is it now, like 18 years. I don't know what to do about the normal office 9 to 5 situation. I genuinely have no idea. Even when I have gone to offices, mostly it's like I'm interfacing with a client for a while, and I'm just in a slightly different world. I'm not like in the bullpen in this new like open office kind of environment where like there's 20 people in a room. Like, that's not really the life I've lived, so I can't say. There is a scene at the very end of the movie, I think it's Wanted is the movie, where somebody gets hit in the face with a keyboard, and maybe
right.
I'm not saying that that's a great idea.
It's just a reference
It's just a reference to a really great idea.
Yeah. Just as that's all. Okay, there's no prescriptions being made. We're just referencing to something that happened in a movie. Also, you happen to ask a question about someone who has clicky keys, all right? So do what you will with that. We absolve ourselves of any responsibility hereafter. Legal terms binding.
Exactly. Like, it's exactly how it goes. Remote work is nice if you can get it. It works well for me because I'm what HR describes as a bad cultural fit. Yeah, I've been described that way a few times.
Yeah.
I actually got an HR person fired for that one time. That's a whole...
That's great.
That was the whole thing.
That's great.
Yeah. I can't... What company was that? I don't even remember what company it was. It was actually at a client where they thought I was an employee, but I wasn't. I was an outside contractor doing work for them, and they were like just very persnickety. I did not appreciate their attitude. That did not go well for them. They did not realize that I was talking to like C-suite people every day, and like I was just operating at a different level than they were at. It just stupid.
course.
This goes to show you, don't be an asshole. You never know. Like the guy,
Yeah, you
just
never
because he
know.
shows up looking like a bum at the office, like he might get paid more than you.
Yep.
Like it's possible. Just accept that's a thing.
Yep.
Um, lucky to work remote, you don't know the joys of a coworker eating your lunch in the shared fridge. Yeah, but my dude, like if you know that's a risk, you can just put laxatives in the food.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that? You can just have fun with it if
Like,
you know it's going to happen. You already know the game, so play it.
yeah, like, bro, you if you know that's going down, if they've stolen your sandwich 3 out of the 5 days of the week, just like, come on, bro. Like,
Yeah.
it's war. It's warfare now. Who
Yeah, at this
cares?
point, yeah, war
What are
has
they
been
gonna do?
declared.
Say
Yes.
like it's not your fault.
No.
You had laxatives in your lunch because you're backed up,
Eh,
dog. Like,
That's right. You can make an absolute logical case for why there are laxatives in your lunch. Done.
like
Solved.
this is so easy.
This is
So
why
easy.
I stream, because if you would like to know how to solve your interpersonal problems in the office for people who are taking your lunch, you just come to my stream, and this is the real gold nuggets. This is why I get paid the big bucks, not to present the case for why tech industry is in ruins, why things are going bad and why we should do better. No, no, no. We will here in front of you resolve your interpersonal office problems, and you won't believe how easy and simple our ideas are. Now, they might be legally questionable, okay? But that's what
No,
we're
they're
here
legally
for.
defensible.
Yeah.
They're legally
Okay,
defensible.
yes. Right. Sorry, my bad. Okay, my bad.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. There
I'm
you go.
not saying that what we're talking about is legal, but what I am saying is that the likelihood that any bad things happen to you as a result is so low
You might as
as
well
to be,
just do it.
yeah, as to be almost not worth thinking about.
Right. Yes.
Elko says that they like ghost peppers and you shouldn't be stealing lunches. I also like ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers. If you mix those with the laxatives, your coworker is going to have to do that presentation in an hour, and then they're going to shit themselves.
Yep.
And you know,
You're cooking now. You're cooking.
now you're cooking with gas.
Yep. That's great. Yeah. Used to grow them. Nice.
Now
Nice.
that's dope. I have never gotten that far. The only thing I used to want to grow is weed for other people. I thought once upon a time I wanted to be a weed farmer. I thought it'd be really cool. I never
Yeah.
did it. I'm a little sad about it. I probably shouldn't be so sad
I
about
mean-
it. Life has turned out pretty good for me, but it would have been cool.
Looking back on all the missed opportunities, that might have, who knows where your life would be right now.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably would have stayed in college. I would have made bank if I was doing that back
Oh
then.
man, you'd probably
You
still
just
be
stay-
there.
I'd still, dude. I would be a PhD student.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Everyone would be like, "Oh, there's the
Ooh.
guy. What's he doing here?
Yeah.
Oh, he's the guy." Yeah.
that's the plug, dude. He's got it all.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it made. It's crazy. Where is this stream heading? It's using
Down the toilet.
Down the toilet.
But that's good. That means that everybody's having fun. That's what's important.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, Doctor Professor. By the way, Spike, I just wanted to shout you out because I completely forgot. I noticed you dropped a sub earlier. Thank you. And I know Doctor Professor, you're new here, so thanks for popping on and giving me a follow. It helps. I appreciate that as well. And I know Ray, I believe Ray on YouTube asked what OS you were using. I think Ray came on a bit later, but you already mentioned it. Your daily driver is Arc, and then occasionally you'll pop onto Windows for things like this, where you think Windows might benefit you more than Arch will. So hopefully, Ray, that answers your question there.
Yeah, absolutely. I should say that I do a lot of like video stuff on Linux and it works great. I don't have any issues.
Yeah.
The only thing is like when I'm on like a stream for somebody and
It can
it's
get
not my
weird.
show. I don't want to create a problem for somebody else, right? So I
Yeah.
figured, Windows will probably just work and I won't have to think about it or worry about it. So
Yeah.
that's the reason.
Yeah.
Next time I will probably be on Arch because it'll probably work fine and I won't even have to think about it.
Most
But
likely, yeah.
Windows today.
Yeah. And if and I mean, like we've set up Discord here, but it doesn't have to be Discord. It could be. There's all kinds of ways to get a video call connected that'll work, no matter what we're doing. So yeah,
As long as it's not Zoom.
as long as it's not Zoom. Yeah, please no. I've had enough of Zoom. Yeah, just root into Ubuntu. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah. Every time I trust Windows or in Linux, I get an automatic update. I know. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
Elko, you need to edit your registry, bro.
Yeah, that's the only way to operate.
That's
I know.
it's the only chance you got. You got to edit your registry. Do not allow it to pull down updates. Do not allow it to change fucking anything.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, otherwise you're not gonna
eventually,
make it.
eventually they will still find a way to reset the registry, and then your life will be right back to misery. So that will happen eventually. But
Yeah. It's like taxes. Just
no.
accept it's going to happen, and you're going to suffer, and then you're going to die. That's life. There you go. The
Yeah,
meaning of
totally.
life.
Oh, somebody asked, 42, life,
Oh yeah, right.
universe, and everything.
Yeah. I think it was like the meaning of it or something like that. So yeah, there you go. I answered it. You're welcome.
Life, yeah,
Yeah, you're
life,
welcome.
the universe, and everything. There you go, boys.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, shall we? Shall we call it there?
Yeah, if there's no good questions left and you don't have anything else you want to ask,
At this point, no. I can't think of anything off the top of my head anyways. I do want to have you back, and I think it would be worth it to narrow down into some aspects that we've talked about, on this stream, and kind of dive in a little bit deeper. But I want to put some thought into it because I've taken some notes. I actually have the pen and everything. So I've been taking some notes on things that I want to get into more with you. But I want to have like a few conversations behind the scenes and kind of like come up with some concept. It doesn't have, we don't have to like script it or anything, but just some general topics, and have you back soon and get into it even more. So, yeah, I think I think this went really well, and we should do it again, in my personal opinion.
yeah, I'm down for the cause.
Sweet. Do you know about 42? Yeah. He was saying if you don't know the question, you don't know the answer. I see. Yes.
Oh, that's not the thing that people typically refer
Yeah.
to. They're typically talking about life, the universe, and everything is the quote that they
then they
want.
say
But
42.
yeah, that is the jam. But Hitchhiker's Guide is cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely a classic. I mean, the Dolphins. Everybody loves Dolphins.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, the classic is good. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll end it there. It doesn't seem like there are any more questions coming in. I'm excited to plan out having you back on again. I thought this was great. I thought this went really well. I really appreciate the time that you took out of what seems to be a very busy life that you have, for a number of different reasons. And I appreciate you hanging out and having like a good conversation. And I'm glad that I'm not alone out there. I'm not the only one who thinks things are a little bit crazy and that they don't have to be. So having the perspective from someone like yourself is good. And yeah, I can't wait to have you back on again. I think it'll be fun. I really do appreciate it. And it will be on YouTube, Dr. Professor. Everything I do is multi-streamed. It'll be on YouTube, at least under the live tab. I do not have enough time in the day to edit all the videos I do, especially because I do the daily tech news during the weekday. That's an insane amount of videos. It's like 1 hour every day, 5 days a week, plus this. I have another interview tomorrow that's more around Rust. And I have to do everything literally myself. Look up all the information, edit all my videos myself, talk to people, have debates online, whatever it is, etc., etc. It takes up way too much time, and then I have my family, and then I have a little bit of work, and then I have to find work. I can't do it. So I count on people who hopefully will go onto the live tab and on my YouTube channel, and they can see all the stuff that I can't just clip down and put in a proper video. I wish I had more time. So yeah, I wish I could do more of that, but I'll talk about the Rust interview tomorrow. But first, we'll give Eric here a chance to shill himself one more time. I know they're asking for your ex and whatnot. Tell people where they can find you online and how to, if anybody like wants to hit you up somewhere where they could do that, and then we'll let Eric go, and then I'll close off the stream with some parting words of wisdom, and then I'll tell you about the schedule for the next week or so.
Sure. So I have not rehearsed how to close out this and show myself.
Okay,
So,
no pressure, but if you screw this up, you're gonna tank yourself
pressure.
right now.
So it's at Prosium on X. I'm in the chat on Twitch.
Yeah.
So it's PROZIAM. If you are a fan of Terry Davis, you will really appreciate my profile picture. If you are a fan of Old School Lands, you will really appreciate the photo at the top. So yeah, that's basically all I use as far as socials, is pretty much X these days.
Okay.
Yeah, Terry the Goat. Terry the Goat for real.
Yeah.
One last question, Vim or GUI? So I am a NeoVim enjoyer. I also really like Emacs. Those are my evil mode Emacs. I like Doom Emacs specifically is like the distro that I use. I customize the shit out of it, but you know, everybody does. That's what Emacs is for.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. I don't have anything else to plug. I have not yet launched my startup. And I've already plugged the VCs that we work with, Play Ventures and MVP Founders. They're dope. If you are ever in the need for capital for a really good idea that you have, they have been absolutely excellent to work with thus far, and they seem like they will continue to be in the future. So
that's good.
That is the best thing I can say there.
That's a good shout out. That's really good. It's actually, well, I'll keep it short. It's difficult to find investors based on what I've seen, because I've been in a few startups, and I've kind of seen how that plays out as not participatory. I'm just there to do like the programming and technical leadership in some cases. But when I see it play out, it's difficult to find investors who kind of coordinate really well with what the company is trying to do. It's more often that I've noticed that there's like a big clash. There's a big difference in concepts and ideas and whatnot. So to have a shout out like that, it's kind of rare, honestly, at least from my experience. I don't have data, no science. It's just my experience. It's kind of rare to be like, hey, I work with these investors and I'm having a good experience with them. I'm just going to be honest.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, over my career, I have raised about 25 mil from a wide variety of investors, and almost all of them are dog shit. Genuinely, like, it has been an absolutely atrocious experience. The majority of time, it has been absolutely horrible. I've had investors lie to me. I've had a lead investor pull out after we had the whole round filled. Jeez. And they pulled out and they killed the round.
Yeah.
I have seen it all.
Yeah.
One of the larger investors in Phase, before Phase collapsed, was going to invest in my last business, and they died for obvious reasons. Phase down 99%.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've been through it all, and honestly, it is so refreshing to work with people I don't hate. I gotta tell you, it's great.
A challenge. Yeah. Yeah, Elko, you're a smart guy. Yeah, I think you're gonna.
Yeah, if you can build it yourself, this is the way to go. Like, if you don't need to take outside money, don't. Depending on what the idea is, sometimes that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
It's just part of life. But if you can avoid taking outside money, you absolutely should. There's no reason to give up, a portion of the company if you don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that was great. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to thank you one more time, Eric. I really appreciate it. This was fantastic. I really enjoyed this. This was great. I want to do this again. I want to thank chat again. Hang on, chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go full cam on my face. You're going to have to look at my ugly mug for a minute or so. I'm going to switch off of Eric here. W's in chat. All chats for Eric coming on, because this was excellent. And while you guys are dropping the W's, and again, thank you for all the subs and everything. And again, thank you to Eric, because I know you dropped 10. That was mighty kind of you. So I'm gonna let Eric go. I'm gonna say goodbye, kind of off screen here, and then I will come back. I'll close off the stream with chat. I'll make fun of you. I'll tell you all you suck. Don't worry, you'll get all the typical stuff you get on the stream. Okay, I got you. All right. So just give me a minute here. Everybody say bye to Eric. And I'm going to switch off here and go full cam. And then I am going to mute myself. Hang on, chat. I'll be right back. Okay, folks. Okay, so Eric says that he loves chat. All right, so there you go. He loves you all. I don't. I think you all suck. All of you suck, except for Eric. Okay, except for Prosium, all of you suck. So that's it for this stream. I'm gonna call it here. It's been a good stream. I was gonna go for. I literally had about 4 to 4.5 hours blocked off for the day. I thought maybe we'd go 2 hours with Eric, and I was gonna do some video gaming coding stuff. Unfortunately, I do have to take care of stuff around the house. I have to be a husband and a father. I have to do some stuff off screen, so I can't spend as much time as I would like to. Life moves on, and I have other things I got to be responsible for, and such is the life of a streamer like myself. But I will close off with this. I can't thank everybody enough for all the support and all the views. It's actually kind of mind-boggling how many people come on and watch on any of the platforms. The number of viewers I have, the amount of support that I get is absolutely crazy. So I really appreciate it. And if you like what I'm doing here, if you like the news topics that I cover, if you like the enlightened programming streams, which are more scientific, academic articles, studies, we slog through the scientific articles and read them pretty much in full to really get the sense of what's in there. It's all related to programming, why certain things suck or don't suck, things we can do better, security issues, AI, all of it. I cover as much as I possibly can. And if you like seeing the video game streams with a stupid video game I'm building on the browser, ultimately, if you like the message I'm trying to send here, which is that programmers have a lot more power than they think they do, we're leaving a lot on the table. Generally speaking, in the tech industry, we can all make a lot more money, everybody. Then hit the like and subscribe. That's the only thing I can actually ask from you. Hit like, hit subscribe, give me the follow, repost on X. All that stuff helps with the algorithm. I don't like the algorithm. I think it's bad for mental society. But if it's going to exist, then I might as well use it so that we can do better. I want to see better outcomes for the world in general. And I think our industry is one of the most powerful ways that we have in front of us to instill or create more positive things just in general. And if you're someone who has loved ones that you care about, etc., I talk a lot about how software impacts people's lives, from scams to ransomware to data leaks to personally identifiable information, second, third, fourth order effects on that, how people actually lose their lives, military consequences if you care about like your nation's safety. All of this kind of stuff all plays into it. So please help me out with that as you have been so kind to do so far. It's been crazy to see the support, but I appreciate it. So the schedule tomorrow, it's going to be 9 a.m. PST time, 9 in the morning Pacific Standard Time. So whatever time zone that is right now for wherever you are, that's when it's going to be. I'm going to post it on my X. I'm going to make an announcement later today about it and who's coming on. And we're going to talk about Rust. And we're going to talk about some of the more, let's just say, political aspects of Rust, quote unquote. I use that term a little bit loosely, but some of the things that drive some of the Rust community. And then we're going to talk about Rust from a more technical aspect as well. I'm going to push back on some ideas based on what little I've done in the Rust world to kind of expand on that. And so we're going to talk, it's going to be honed in on Rust. And then Monday, I'm back again for the Daily Tech News. So I'm on every day, 5 days a week. I wish I could have a consistent schedule. I don't, because like I said, I'm all over the place. With the little work that I do have, I got to make sure I have the bills paid. I got to look for more work. I have to make sure that I'm around for my wife and my kid and all that. So I wish that I had like a schedule I could lock in. But generally, the most successful period that I have is around 2 p.m. PST on the weekdays when I do the Daily Tech News stream, and I spend at least an hour and I go over news articles that are relevant to this message. I am hoping that I set aside some time tomorrow for some video game stuff. There's some features that I want to add to my video game on the browser. We have victory conditions that need to get added. So if you've been around for a while, I've been kind of plugging away on after you defeat a fleet in an ocean battle, you can take over their ships. You can move cargo around, things like that. We have to sort through that. It's a bit of a slog, but hey, that's what we're here to do. If you've been watching how we work on this game, we go deep into it. So that's that. So there you go. That lays it all out. I am going to take off now. I'm out of here. One more time, thank you to Eric Prazium, who's still in chat. Thank you. Thank you to everybody on YouTube who engaged as well. I know people watched on X and Kick and LinkedIn and all that. I appreciate that as well. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Worst case, Monday for the Daily Tech News. And one more time, huge shout out to all the people who dropped subs. I will try and get this thing right here. I'll try and get this sorted out. It's a Streamlabs thing. It's supposed to tie into the thing. I don't know why it isn't. I'll try and figure it out. And part of this, I want to use it to pay for stuff that helps me get access to more scientific journals and stuff that I bring up on the news so that you guys can be more informed about things that you need to be informed about, or that I think you need to be informed about. So I'll do my best. I am one man and I have a lot to do, so I'm trying to do the best that I can. But holy crap, thank you again, guys. I really appreciate it. So on that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my typical exit, okay? Because I'm not going to let anybody down. All right, I'm going to do my typical exit. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, stay safe out there, please. Okay? And I will catch you hopefully soon. Thanks again. Peace out. Right. By the way, you all suck. All of you suck. Every single one of you sucks. Guess what? There was a news article just today, came out today, hot off the press. I'm looking at it right now. Do you know what the headline is? The headline is, every single person in chat sucks. Vibav in chat, you suck. Ray in chat, you suck. Laughing Panda, you suck. Elko, you suck. Dr. Professor, you suck the most because you're new around here. Spike, you suck. Ghost, you suck. Every single one of you sucks. All of you